This is no longer the case.
News or subjects parallel to gaming, though this is no longer the case.
I guess this is a goodbye video. Keffels is a complete fraud. And Block Forever Suburban Remix. Hell yeah, man. What a variety of content.
Now Rich's focus is on streaming and producing music to little avail. He's either too subdued by intoxicants or dead air and awkward pauses.
Did he get pissed off at that? He's either too subdued with intoxicants. I could definitely see him getting pissed off. I mean, he is intoxicated pretty much every single stream.
Fill his streams, or sober and anxious, lashing out at those he feels have wronged him, like his former editor.
Well, that's not him lashing out.
Or sober and anxious, lashing out at...
This was him lashing out at fucking, you know, people who refuse to put a mask on.
Those he feels have wronged him, like his former editor, Jay.
You're the sidekick everywhere you go. You couldn't...
Did the quality get yeah, it's YouTube.
Cut it. That's why you became my editor.
Rich's self-destruction has also unearthed a history of doxing. Poor research that at one point had the former president of Sony call him stupid, and a history of lies and drama that were almost forgotten, but are coming back to form a rich history of failure. In late 2009, a channel named ReviewTechUSA began uploading. This was Rich Masucci's, an American man with a tech background, second attempt at YouTube. Uploaded was video after video of video game consoles spanning virtually all console generations, from the Atari 2600 to the then modern Xbox 360. These were off the cuff, simple overviews of the consoles where Rich of ReviewTechUSA often interjected.
Yo, that's a great game right there.
Off the cuff, simple overviews of the consoles were Rich of...
This is a classic. Medal of Honor, the 2010 reboot, I think. I don't remember if it's 2009 or 2010. But yeah, the Medal of Honor reboot is absolute fire.
Say often interjected his own stories with the devices. The same could be said about his other videos that range widely on topics. This one was playing into a...
Yeah, this is back in the day where if you put women in lingerie in your thumbnail, you would get a shit ton of views. That was like the meta back in like 2010 through 2014, I want to say, on YouTube. Is like you would just put big titty bitches in your thumbnails and they would automatically get recommended more.
Stereotype that women enjoy being on the phone longer. This video, though titled Is Steve Jobs Dying, was really about Rich's...
That's some great quality for the thumbnail, man.
Experience with Apple products and the history of Apple. Those looking to find facts would scarcely find it on this channel. This could work to Rich's benefit. While he was not very keen nor uniquely knowledgeable of the products he was reviewing, he was very opinionated and confident in what he was saying. This means he had much to say and many videos to make, evident by his catalog. And after about a year or so of content creation, his beliefs had become established. Rich was a fan of console gaming, believing it was superior because of its ease of access and affordability against PC's customizability that also lends to its complexity.
Well, back in those days, he was kind of right, because PC gaming back in like 2010 kind of fucking sucked. So he's not entirely off on that one.
Taking a side in this never-ending debate meant that his opinions resonated with those that preferred consoles, and those audience members would become easier fans of Rich. But the same could be said about the opposition, all of which could be found inhabiting the same tech space. Blackbuster Critic, or BBC for short, was a creator that pushed PC gaming
BBC, bro.
over consoles. This, in late 2010, eventually led to a light feud.
Yeah, this is that documentary we watched where, you know, it was the camcorder drama, The Beginning. This shit was so fucking funny.
Between the two, and an online debate hosted by...
This is some top-tier, old-school YouTube drama in this particular instance.
BBC.
So I'll let you have the post first, or the stand, or the soapbox, or whatever the hell you want to call it, and then we'll go from there.
What do you want me to talk about first?
Dude, I remember when Sony bought Ustream because they were going to integrate it into the PlayStation 4. I remember that shit, man. Jesus, that's a massive throwback. Like, Ustream was like another Twitch competitor, and then Sony ended up buying them, and they were going to try and like integrate it into the PlayStation 4 for game streaming and also like game sharing, like the share play feature. And yeah, it just never really went anywhere. So it's kind of funny, both Microsoft and Sony have tried to like buy a streaming platform for video games and stuff, and in either instance it's failed. So, and Twitch is still not profitable. So there's not really any money in it at all.
First.
State the case of why, you know, PC gaming is superior for everybody.
After about an hour-long debate, Rich concedes.
I'll be the first to admit that he owned me.
All right.
I'm saying it. I'm the man right here saying it. So, you all have a good holiday, and I will, even though I am owned, I will still put this video up on my YouTube channel because they wouldn't be right of me not to do it. So, have a good one, man. It was great talking with you. And everyone...
While things were cordial between BBC and Rich, they were not exactly friendly. At least not in the same sense of the channels that were promoting Rich's channel on their own YouTube pages like 3 Kilobytes, specifically Mike and Jay.
And I'm Jason for 3 Kilobytes.
Yeah, I remember this guy. He had a huge channel for back in the day. Hold on, what was... I think it was like Friendly AI or something when he left. He used to do like a bunch of like gaming news videos. Yeah, he had 123,000 subs, which back then for like a gaming news channel was fucking huge, bro. Like that was a big channel for gaming shit back in the day if you were doing gaming news. So yeah, he was like very successful. I remember that. But yeah, he just kind of like disappeared. Completely disappeared. But he was making decent money too. I don't know whatever happened to him.
My last name is Hoof, and I like to build houses in Minecraft.
Whenever Rich hit a milestone, like a subscriber goal or obtaining YouTube partnership, which meant he could earn ad revenue from his YouTube videos, he made sure to thank these channels.
They've helped me out big time, especially Jay. I communicate with him the most. And
This part's fucking... I didn't know about this part. This shit's fucking funny. Listen to this, guys. Just keep in mind that this is the guy that Rich fired.
These channels.
they've helped me out big time, especially Jay. I communicate with him the most, and thank you so much, man. Honestly, the reason I hit 1,000 subs, the second half of it is mostly due to his help. And of course, as many of you know, because probably like 80% of the subscriptions have been from them, is 3 Kilobytes. All of them, of course, but especially Jay and Mike. Honestly, my channel is where it is because of what Jay, Mike, and Kat have done to promote me.
By 2011,
Holy fuck, man. I had never heard those clips before, but like that makes it even worse because when you consider the fact that Jay was researching, writing the scripts, editing the videos, making the thumbnails, doing the metadata, Rich really couldn't be bothered to fucking turn his camera on for 10 minutes to talk into a fucking camera about an irrelevant gaming news story that he didn't even have to research or he didn't even have to fucking, you know, put any effort into whatsoever. Like, all he had to do was read the fucking script that Jay had given to him, and Jay would do all the other work. And for $2,500 a month, Rich literally destroyed his relationship with the guy that he is now crediting in this video for, you know, basically starting his entire YouTube career. Like, that's fucking wild, man. With that extra context, it makes it even worse. Dear God. Like, bruh, that's how you know Rich could never survive an actual fucking job, man. Because if he can't even be bothered to talk into a microphone for 10 minutes a day and then have someone else do all the other work, then he's just a fat, lazy bum that's never gonna fucking do anything with his life. He's one of those people that would just fucking, I guarantee you, sit around the house going, yeah, I'll get a job, Mom, eventually. You know, as he pounds another fucking Diet Coke and eats another bag of Cheetos. See, it's a Brit with the 2. Hi, Griffin Gaming. Hello, Brit. Or should I say Brittany Dick. Claus Mystery with the 20.
My mother twitted my fucking tipples!
Yeah, Rich's tipples are in the thumbnail, so hopefully everybody approves it. Like, you know, approves of that one. But, yeah, I had to bring out the old fucking images that I have from back in the day.
things were going well for Rich. Not only was he earning some revenue from his channel, he was remaining somewhat consistent and fair with his losses. Going as far
Like, the thing is, it's like, dude, even if Rich's channel, like, that's the argument he uses, oh, my channel's dead, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, gaming news is dead right now because we don't have a new console coming out. I love how if you look at ReviewTechUSA, his channel doesn't even appear.
Skip it a button.
All the way down. But yeah, like, look at the views he was getting. You know, right there, if he would stretch it out to 8 minutes, that would be like, what, $120. If he stretched that out to 8 minutes, that would be like $80. That one's probably about like, what, $200. This one's about $150. This one's probably about $300. Like, he's making decent money from these videos. It's not like he's just sitting in the fucking poorhouse, you know, barely scraping by. Like, he paid Jay $2,500 a month. Like, with 5 videos a month, he could basically pay Jay if he got into a more regular uploading cadence. So, it's just really ridiculous. He could crank out 2 to 3 slop videos a day, get 30 to 50,000 views on each one, and still make like 10 grand a month. So he's just a fat, lazy slob that doesn't want to work. And I don't feel any guilt saying that because, you know, Rich loves to talk shit about me apparently now, which, whatever. I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, I used to like Rich's content, but ever since he started bringing the cock jokes and the fucking horse, I mean, the horses weren't as bad, but yeah, the fucking chickens and the obnoxious fucking burping and farting sound clips on everything, it just, like, became unbearable to watch to a certain degree. When he just did, like, normal gameplay commentary videos, it was great background noise. You know, you would just have, like, a pretty chill video of a guy talking about the news topic, reading the highlights from an article, and then giving his take on it for, like, 3 to 4 minutes at the end. And it was, like, super digestible, easy to consume content that was interesting, kept you informed, and, you know, it wasn't, like, obnoxious. And, you know, it just slowly evolved into him thinking that people clicked on his content for his personality, when in reality, you know, people just wanted the fucking news. So it's a prime example of a YouTuber thinking they need to constantly improve, when in reality, the improvements, quote unquote, are what's doing the most damage. So, like, he can do, like, the more comedy-based videos sprinkled in, but he should have stuck to his format of just doing more, like, serious, informative gaming news videos, and then done the other shit on the side.
far to release a video titled, "I Can't Defend Consoles Anymore."
Right now, folks, I know a lot of people are going to jump below and write comments saying they can't build a PC, or it's too hard, or it's too
Yo, is that shitty fucking computer that Phil got?
technical. No, it's not.
This was inspired by the infamous hacking of the PlayStation Network that effectively brought the online services down for months. Though he did not abandon the videos on the debate, as this was still one of the largest draws of his channel. These were alongside clickbait videos that were presented outwardly as his research, to then be revealed that Rich was reading from a singular article while interjecting some of his opinions. His channel covered a wide range of topics, now even adapting the commentary tropes of the time, like commentary over footage of an unrelated game.
This was peak RTU back in the day.
Adapting the commentary tropes.
The gameplay commentary era of Rich was the best. Like when he used to play Super Mario 3D World, when he used to play Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, and then Fear. That was like the best era when he would like have that type of footage in the background.
Of the time, like commentary over footage of an unrelated game. Because of the undistilled nature of this channel, his views were hardly consistent. Most videos hovered around 5,000, but some reached hundreds of thousands of views. With Rich increasing his output to now nearly a video a day in late 2012, his views were slowly but surely starting to pick up. Being that he did a face reveal that same year meant that in 2013 he did not shy away from creating vlogs. But Rich was unsatisfied with the equipment he was using. The camera specifically was not HD and had a very low frame rate. And if he did
BBC,
make more
bro.
videos, he can negate the possibility of copyright claims that came from using gameplay footage. What Rich wanted was a new high-definition camera. This is what inspired the video, I Need Your Help, which has long since been removed from his channel, but archived third-party compilations that demonstrate how catastrophic.
Yeah, this is like one of the best videos ever, man. I love this video.
Not so much this video was, but the endless responses and poor handling of what should have been.
Hold on. Let's just watch the intro.
But that was less accepting of a creator's petition.
Griffin does want your money? Exactly, man.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies. Give me monies. Give me monies. Give me monies. That's not begging. That's advertisement.
Damn right.
For money or earning it through sponsorships, the depths that Rich was going to just avoid being called an e-beggar, something only the smallest sections of his audience would even care about, exposed that as an insecurity and point that he could easily be pressured by, easily trolled from.
The only people that pissed me off, even though I expected it, is when people said they donated, and I would see like the same small group of trolls like going around and attacking people.
It did not take long for Rich to get that money via donations. He even bought a cheaper camera that was about $140 less than expected. But he made the mistake of addressing the trolls and the BBC.
So I went out and
Not
bought
the BBC.
a new tool. A Sony HDR 260V.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university.
Black, female, and gay.
And let me tell you right now, it is a phenomenal camera. And I bought this with my own money. How about that?
That was the Blackbuster critic. While he did not mention Rich or ReviewTechUSA by name, he did expose the criticisms that he knew bothered Rich. This was bait, and Rich readily took it.
It's your old buddy Rich.
Yeah, that's the best part about that entire drama is like Blackbuster critic never once mentions Rich at all. Like never mention him by name, nothing. But Rich, you know, just spurging out immediately assumes that he's talking shit about him. So, just absolute fucking hook, line, and sinker, bro. Rich took that bait so fucking hard, he shit out the hook.
From ReviewTechUSA or ReviewBegUSA. You've had some colorful things to say about me. Let's just do it the good old-fashioned way and debate it live on Skype and see how it goes. The offer's on the table, buddy. Hopefully you accept.
Not only did Rich flub this situation by taking the bait, he also challenged the BBC to a debate, which the BBC readily accepted.
What I said could be applied to a lot of people. But this one particular person personally came to my video and was talking trash. And if you want to come out and Skype me and debate like you say you do, and I know plenty of things plenty of questions to ask you, which you're gonna goof up on. Just like in our last debate, how I led you by the hand like a child encountering your own points, that's what's gonna happen again.
This debate did not come as Rich failed to show, but he did release a video showing that he did purchase the camcorder and did not pocket the donations. While the BBC continued to respond, what was more important...
Yeah, Rich was nothing. Even Rich looked small in front of the vast size and intellectual prowess of the BBC.
Was that Rich's responses and continually addressing this drama was inviting more and more trolls that Rich was responding to.
Hulkmaster Flex, everyone out there who's deeply concerned about what I'm doing, you need to, don't go into the whole thing, oh, I'm trolling, I'm just mind messing with you. You personally messaged me, told me to calm down. It's flattering, bro, it really is. I'm glad, just make a video once in a while proving that you have a life and put a woman in your thumbnail and we'll all be impressed by what you do.
Even the videos showing the receipts for the donations were directed towards his trolls rather than his supporters.
All I can say is, I'll never do it again. I mean, I hope this proves now that I wasn't trying to, scam anybody or do anything under the table or be unethical. And for everyone out there who's going to go into the whole thing now that I was just looking to get a tax break on my taxes, do you really think I didn't even think of that until after people said it. Do you really think I would have went through all this crap to save 30 or 40 bucks over a year from now?
It turned out that Rich owning this new camcorder and all the turmoil that Rich invited was for naught.
I like the gameplay footage better. It's more laid back, don't...
I do too. The gameplay footage was peak ReviewTechUSA, man. It was just like a nice vibe, Because Rich has a very good voice. Like, I don't think anybody can deny that. Like, say what you will about Rich's personality, the way he acts on the internet, all the drama he gets into. Rich has a very fucking good voice. And he has a very pleasant voice to listen to. Like, he has the perfect radio voice. And... like, having just some normal gameplay footage in the background, the text excerpts of what he's reading or talking about popping up on screen, and just the audio being the focus, I think was the best combination. When he started belching into the fucking mic and doing a bunch of unnecessary shit, it kind of ruined the whole vibe of the viewing experience.
But, like...
yeah, bro, we know that's a lie. You don't have to lie, but I appreciate it.
90% of people in the comment section were like, yeah, just, keep it gameplay footage and, use the camera for other things with ReviewTechUSA. I'm like, oh, okay.
This information came from a video where Rich announced that YouTube was now his full-time job. Though it grew steadily for the past 3 years, it was not until now that his YouTube channel was outperforming his job in terms of pay. And with all his time placed in his channel, the results were immediate. Month after month, his views kept doubling as his output of videos increased like never before. Everything increased. His revenue, his views, and the trolls that increasingly targeted Rich.
Okay, real quick, below is my real ReviewTechUSA Twitter account. I don't even really like Twitter, but what I found out in my YouTube comments section is someone made a fake ReviewTechUSA account and was going around saying very, very colorful things on Twitter.
That was only a minute-long video addressing a fake Twitter account, but rants about his trolls kept seeping into videos that hardly needed to involve them.
You're the smartest person on the planet. Doesn't matter
Hell
how
yeah,
well-spoken you are,
Minecraft.
anything, you are going to deal with trolling, and it is going to get to you.
That was from his 100,000 subscriber thank you video. Discussion of trolls takes up about 1/3 of it. And though Rich states...
yeah, that's when I found Rich's channel, was the lead up to the Xbox One and PS4. That's kind of when I got introduced into gaming YouTube for the most part. Like, I never really watched gaming content on YouTube prior to that point, except like Call of Duty YouTubers like T. Martin. But yeah, that's like when I kind of got into like the whole gaming sphere of YouTube, is the lead up to the PlayStation 4 launch, because I was like super interested in the console. So yeah, that's how I found Rich originally, like back in 2012, maybe early 2013, when all the rumors and everything were flying around. So
No one is infallible when it comes to trolling. Only 2 minutes later, he states that he is.
The why trolls don't get to me because I know exactly what their motivation is, and they're pathetic people.
The story Rich is telling is one of a troll that was going through hardship and was taking their frustration out on Rich. From this, he deduces trolls are pathetic, unwittingly inviting their company and encouraging their existence.
Something constructive instead of, you know, hanging out with your wife or girlfriend or family, or you just going out and doing something else. You think it's a better idea to go on the internet to try to aggravate or piss off or insult someone else. That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard.
We buy any cars. We buy any.
oh my god.
This is their output of content.
Like, why do people... Alright, I understand ads. But, like, if you're gonna make an ad, why are you gonna piss people off immediately when the ad pops up? Like, I will never use that company because their ad was so fucking obnoxious. Like, fuck that shit, bro. There's no way now. Let's see. So, Juan with the 5. RT wasn't as mad when he streamed it early. Oh, really? I guess he's trying to play it cool, is my guess. He doesn't want more heat. He's been through enough drama cycles to know that you should capitalize off this and try to pretend like you've grown and changed and, oh yeah, I'd never do that again, whatever. My bro is in the room with me. Can you say to date this girl already? Yeah, go spread her cheeks, bro. I don't know what you're waiting for. That pussy ain't gonna slay itself. And then...
Flexing on the broke boys.
iSiler with the 5. Review Hell USA. Major troll from the EU was also... Yeah, wasn't Review Hell USA Anna Doyle as well? I believe. Wasn't that like the same person? I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure. And Ferrix with a 5. Free my boy Junk Media. He didn't do nothing wrong. Yeah, dude. The making of an e-beggar documentary is like top tier. Top tier. Yeah, the only thing I'll say that, like, you know, I know they use the justification like Rich doxed other people, but I still don't believe in doxing people regardless if they've doxed you or whatever. Personally, I don't believe in when they go low, we go lower type shit, personally. But, yeah. That's like the one criticism I have for like the Rich trolls, but for the most part, they're pretty harmless. iSiler with the 2. The no name mention was very disrespectful. Oh yeah, it definitely was. Blackbuster Critic back in the day had a reputation for being like a hardcore debate bro, basically. Like, he basically was one of the early internet blood sport people on the gaming side of things. He was like always debating people and stuff. But yeah, people used to talk mad shit in the gaming community back in those days. It was funny. Let's see. Ultra-Res with the 2. Justice for Big Cheese. That's right. Where's the 200? Yeah, and bro, with inflation, that's probably up to like 300 or 400 at this point. Like, damn. Give my man Big Cheese what he's owed. Oski Woski with the 20. Funny you say that. Back in 2017 when the Switch was coming out, that's when I got into gaming news. First Spawn Wave, then Dreamcast guy, the GOAT, RGT85, and then Rich. And yes, I saw the Soulja Boy video when it came out, and then I found you. Bro, that Soulja Boy video was so bad. You're going to prison, and I'm gonna laugh. I don't want Soulja Boy to go to jail or anything. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, I had never heard of Dreamcast guy up until that point. Like, I remember, like, I went on a cruise, and I was looking for video topics to talk about when I came back, and I think it was like a community post or something. Maybe it was on Twitter. I don't remember.
Or get the fuck out.
But I asked, what did people want me to make a video on? And one of the #1 answers was make a video on the Soulja Boy console. So I was looking up shit on the Soulja Boy console. And the first result was Dreamcast guy's crusty ass face in the thumbnail. And I was like, oh my god. That was like the first, I think, response video I did too. But it was like so bad, man. So bad. Flexing my vacation? Not really. A cruise is a flex? I don't think so, man. Juan with the 14 months. What's this? We'll see if we have time for that. But yeah, we can probably watch that later. I went on I've been on, what, 4 cruises? I want to say. Yeah, dude, that shit was so fucking funny when he talked all that shit for months about Melanie Mac, and then when they finally confronted each other in a live stream, he was fucking silent as a mouse. The only thing he said was, you know what, Melanie, I may not agree with what you say, but I sure as hell will fight for your right to say it. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Just ask her if she'll fuck you or something. Like, Jesus. Just ask her if she'll send you a used pair of panties or some shit like that. Like, that was the most cucked shit ever. Like, he spent months talking shit about her, like saying she was like a literal fucking cancer, she was evil, you know, bigoted, hateful Christians like her are the cancer of society, she's a grifter, doesn't mean a thing she says, she's a hateful cunt, you know.
Dare I say it, hateful cunt.
Like, he could not keep that same energy at all. The only thing he said is, I will fight for you, Melanie. Please sit on my face.
And sees increases in adverse effects. But that was exactly what was going on with ReviewTechUSA still. More strong opinions, news stories that were not as accurate as they should have been, more reasons to dislike him.
Now, I will say the issue I'm about to talk about was resolved, but it was after I screamed like a lunatic and was raging, and it shouldn't have been this way. I was not happy with the customer service I received, and that's why I'm making this video, and I gotta call him out on it.
This was the start of a series of videos that showcased how Rich was at the center of his problems, molding minor inconveniences into something larger, then directing them to his general audience who would typically diagnose Rich as the issue. In this video, Rich discusses an issue with the return of his graphics card, the GTX 770.
Oh, I remember this.
Newegg. Not because there was anything wrong with it, but because he wanted a different card. A slight upgrade.
Yeah. He bought a GPU, he opened it, and decided, yeah, I don't want this anymore, so I'm going to return it. Gee, I wonder what could go wrong with that. Logic Bender with the 2. Anyone else remember Hippo Zone? Yeah, those are funny as fuck, man. Hopefully he's doing all right. Timothy Marco at the 7, but Griffin cruises pollute the ocean with their wastewater and fuel, dude. That makes me want to go on another one even more. No, the beginning of the end for Rich was COVID. He started spurging the fuck out at, you know, conservatives and alt-right retards who didn't want to wear a mask. That's when he went full TDS, you know, he hated Donald Trump, started raging at people over politics more than he would typically do. Like, that's when I think was the tipping point of when he really started to fucking go crazy. And then, yeah, by the time January 6th came around, he was like full-blown fucking shitlib at that point. So, yeah, I think COVID is what broke him personally, because, like, he started to gain all of his weight back. You know, he started becoming obsessed with politics, raging at his audience all the time about Trump. And then, yeah, January 6th, and then the spiral just continued from there.
Which was the GTX 780. This is an extremely minor upgrade. Regardless, Rich went through with it and sent the card back, including a voucher for Arkham Origins. This, Rich details, was taped to the outside of the card box, not the shipping box. Being that it was still outside, there is a possibility that it was lost when unpackaged at Newegg. For this reason, Rich's refund was initially voided.
As soon as she said she was returning the item to me.
Or, you know, he just forgot to put it in there and then lied, but, you know, anything's possible.
I saw red. Okay, this is a $450 friggin' card that's being bounced all over the country, and I lost it. I started screaming, "This is fucking bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? I've been a customer with Newegg for years, and I'm getting an item returned over a piece of paper. Do you not understand who I am? I'm Richard Masucci. I spent $400 on this graphics card and then tried to return it to you even though I had already used it. Don't you know who I am?" Well, I thought everything was, what UPC code are you talking about? This is absolute bullshit. I can't believe I'm being treated like this. And the thing the whole time, she's like, listen, sir, I'm sorry. Listen, sir, I'm sorry. Listen, sir, I understand why you're upset, sir. While I'm screaming, which also irritated me, I'm like,
bro, you have to have, like, that's the thing. If you're going to use the I've been a customer for X number of years, you actually have to be a big spender. Like, I can actually pull that kind of weight at Best Buy because I've spent probably close to $100,000 at Best Buy over the years. So, like, they can pull up my account and see how much money I've spent. And, like, I used to be, like, the highest rewards rating and everything like that. So, when I actually do call Best Buy with a problem, typically I can swing that weight. But if you're, like, buying one or two things from a company a year, they don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, there's 100 other people like you out there. We'll be fine without you. And chances are you'll be back anyway.
I'm like, stop talking over me.
Rich goes on to say he did not regret his outburst, and he did get that refund. And even though he got his way in the
Yeah, we watched the video about Ralph.
And he still believes Newegg is majorly at fault.
The bottom line is that
didn't shit, I don't remember. Fuck. This is kind of weird because I think I was playing Dark Souls 1 when we listened to it on stream, or maybe he had Dark Souls footage in the background. I don't remember. But all I know is when we watched that video on stream, there was Dark Souls footage involved, and I think it might have been mine.
That is not a way to treat a customer.
While Newegg did incorrectly void the return, it was Rich's demeanor and rage at a service employee that was not responsible for the mishap that displeased his audience. Additionally, this was seen as boasting, with Rich likely seeing himself as someone who was stalwart in the refund he deserved rather than tearing down an employee who was restricted from making an equally furious retort, therefore defenseless. The top comment of this video reads, quote, "Don't lose it with frontline personnel. It's not their fault. They get paid a shitty wage to protect their supervisors and managers from the public. Rip into supervisors and managers by all means. That's different." Unquote. The majority of comments echo this sentiment, while others comment about the chaotic harvesting of dirt in the Minecraft footage being played, likely because his brother was responsible for recording the footage. Rich then posted one of the longer negative responses he got onto his Facebook. Not once, but twice. This was only...
Dude, Facebook and Rich is a fucking disaster waiting to happen. Don't use Facebook, guys. It'll lead to the downfall of your YouTube career.
One of the videos that was poorly received in October of 2013. The second was titled PS4/Xbox One Launch Disaster Imminent. Please share.
I got all of this.
That shit was so fucking funny. The online infrastructure is going to make games run at 720p. I remember that video, man. That shit was hilarious. Good times.
Information from very, very reliable sources. Okay? Yeah, I'm just going to...
AKA, I made that shit up.
Call them little birds. I can't even give you their gender. Because if you found out any information about them, or if a big company found out any information, they would be screwed and blacklisted, and I would be screwed along with them.
Rich plays into how high profile his source is, and then breaks down all that he was told.
Well, I have some bad news for all the guys who were hating on the Xbox One, but it's going to be 720p on both the PS4 and Xbox One. So what are my thoughts on all this information? Well, I hope the sources that I have are wrong.
There were a few speculations in that video that were on the wilder side. Luckily, Rich got his wish granted. A user said,
"Yeah, what if Dreamcast guy was the source, bro? That'd be fucking wild."
Got lost in the whirlpool of tasks? Your Mac may be on the brink of burnout as well. Let's check in Macation with the menu app in Clean My Mac X. Book space on your disk. Optimize RAM. Recharge the batteries. Vacation for you, Macation for your Mac.
By the president of Sony, nothing much happened. Rich did warn of the possibility that the information may not be 100%, and his continued success overshadowed whatever negative attention he got. It took only 6 months after this for him to hit 200,000 subscribers, and like his 100,000 sub video, when discussing his channel, Rich talks quite a bit about trolls and drama. This time the discussion took up about half of the video.
Don't let the drama get to you, because once you go down that path of getting defensive and making videos defending your honor, quote unquote, you're down that slippery slope, and sometimes you can't get back up from it.
To direct entertainment in a way that reflects what the audience wants to see rather than to vindicate the creator is sage advice.
Don't make your personal...
Oh, that's a intro guy. It's like Rich's old watermark. But yeah, that's intro guy, his friend Matt. So he used to be in like all of the intros of Rich's videos, like this picture with the skibbity bop boom bot up thing, and then the explosion. But yeah, that's why he's called intro guy, is because Rich put like that random picture of him in the intro of all his videos.
Personal problems become part of your channel. You can't, man. You gotta keep your personal problems off. And if you're having problems that you just don't feel like making a fucking video, don't make a video.
This is the safest route to
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to say it. It's like skibbity bop boom bot up, I think is what he says, but he says it, you know, very quickly. I can't do it, but yeah, I think that's what he says. Skibbity bop boom bot up or some shit like that. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I celebrated the 5 online infrastructure had me dying in the middle of the night during my manager shift, kept me from boredom. Yeah, that shit was... There was so much wild shit about the PS4 and Xbox One back in those days. It was really funny, because like we were still kind of new into the world of online gaming, so everybody was like fear-mongering and shit.
But does Rich have the willpower or stability to follow through?
I took down the Patreon account. And many of you are going to wonder why. Some of you think I was trying to sweep it under the rug, which is another reason why I wanted to make this video, because no, here, this video is staying up and people will know that I had a Patreon campaign posted temporarily.
For a period,
Borderlands 2 was such a great game.
Rich had a Patreon active.
It's a shame 3 ruined the franchise. Timothy Marco the 7, even intro guy in the last live stream they were together, looks like he doesn't want to be there. Yeah, exactly. That's because Rich just got fucking stoned off his gourd all the time. And would like do the same obnoxious, repetitive jokes over and fucking over again, so.
In 2014. Its purpose was to make his videos ad-free, but it vanished as quick as it went up.
I'm gonna show you something that's gonna blow your mind.
Sexy. Congratulations, you got this house.
This is the last.
The second...
Well, it wasn't to make his videos ad-free. It was to subsidize the videos that got demonetized and were free of ads by no, you know, direct result of his choice.
Reason, and this is honestly the straw that broke the camel's back. The second reason that I took down my Patreon account is these same people, advertisement videos, like say when I had an unboxing for Dollar Shave Club or Loot Crate, so on and so forth, were the same people who were also complaining about me doing the Patreon campaign. I do a YouTube commentary channel where I comment on news and talk about my opinions and have a fucking blast doing it. And if that pisses you off, that either means one of two things. You're delusional or you're jealous. And if you are jealous, you need to get out of the house more.
This video was released only 6 months after his 200,000 subscriber video. It shows that the innocuous claims of e-begging still holds power over him. It also shows that, contrary to the new egg video, he is not stalwart in his beliefs or what he does. This was a major criticism as shown in the comments of this video. Quote, "Please never get involved with politics. What a flip-flop. I am disappointed in you, Rich. I thought you were made of stronger stuff than this. Why take down your Patreon account? Because you're afraid of trolls? Newsflash, trolls will always exist."
Ew, a Tonberry. But yeah, that's pretty sage advice that he definitely should have taken.
Unquote. On that same note, the following month, Rich released a similar video, a parody titled, "A ReviewTechUSA Hater Tries to Do Gaming News."
Yo, what's going on, man? My name is Steve, and I'm here to expose that fat fuck, that piece of shit, e-begging piece of shit, ReviewTechUSA, and expose him for the fucking bitch that he is. Alright, so watch how easy it is to do news stories like that fat white Uncle Phil looking motherfucker does. Look, watch how easy it is. So I have an article right in front of me, okay? This
Dude, why is he talking like he's like, oh shit, man? I know Rich used to do his character of Sexy Coco back in the day, but you know, maybe that's Rich's biggest wish in life is he wishes he was black. That way he could be taken seriously within the hip-hop community.
Blizzard donates World of Warcraft pet sales to Ubulu.
In the comments, Rich claims this was a parody for a different YouTuber. Being that Rich has shown himself to react poorly to his own trolls made this video seem in poor taste.
Oh my god, bro! Look who, bro. Look who actually found the fucking video funny. Matt Jarbo, dude. Hell yeah, Mundane Fat loved it.
The comments are either remarking Rich as brilliant or just childish for releasing this video. Quote, "You say that don't give trolls what they want or just ignore the haters, and then you make this. I like your videos, but this was just pathetic." Unquote. This was on top of exposing the ease of reading articles as the center of his job, but in the parody he was framing it as difficult. This was not a good look. It was only a few days later that Rich received 2 troll copyright strikes claiming that they owned the explosion Rich used in his intro. It was clear it was a troll because the channel that had reported him had clips of the BBC debating Rich.
The video is now gone because they got caught with their pants down. They probably deleted it right away, which sad day for you is that even when you delete a video, YouTube still has it in their database. So when this claim goes through, or this counterclaim goes through, they're going to look into that. They deleted the video though, so no one could see it.
As an additional response, Rich directs his viewers to his second channel, seen in the description. As Rich periodically addressed his trolls and gave them more power, they continued to grow and expand their list of tactics. In around 2015, they clung on to possibly the strangest campaign of trolling they'd ever use. One that's absurdness attracted those joining for the humor and the absurdity, and others that saw it as a true calling.
Hello, comrades. I would like to present the Big Cheese Anthem.
Oh god.
I encourage you to keep hitting the channel and fighting for Big Cheese.
He thought that he could get away with taking $200 from Big Cheese.
This is Big Cheese reporting in. I want you guys to stop trolling, the guy that did me wrong.
I decided to do the decent thing. I made a change.org petition to have ReviewTechUSA's sponsor Hawk.
Stop messaging me saying to stop something that I had nothing to do.
I remember when that shit got so bad, Rich turned his comments section off. Like, he completely turned off comments on his channel for a while because he was, like, getting roasted so much for Big Cheese. And, like, bruh, I remember it was like, this video was sponsored by Big Cheese, KIT, or whatever the fuck. And then he would, like, do a product plug for Big Cheese's channel. Like, I remember that being in the videos and stuff. It was funny.
At all. I had nothing to do with it.
Come at me, because what I'm doing is 100% legal.
Oh, nothing works on this acne.
Hi! Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider from Curology.
Oh.
I know it'll work on that acne.
This outcry against Rich, circa 2015, was because of a deal that went wrong between content creator Big Cheese and Rich.
Yeah, apparently EDP is going by the name Big Cheese nowadays. But yeah, if you look... Where is it? Shit. It came up on mine. Channel. Alright, let's just... Oh, there we go. Let's just do EDP. Yeah, Big Cheese. This is his channel. EDP has a new channel, man. Big Cheese. You say it fast enough, kind of sounds like you're saying dick cheese. I think that's just wishful thinking on your part, man. But yeah, EDP's got a new channel, guys. Make sure to slide in and give him a sub. You know, he's making that quality-ass content in his fucking closet. He needs to come out of the closet, man. And admit what he is, even though he already did it. But, you know, he claims he was method acting.
As Rich had begun taking sponsors for his videos, Big Cheese inquired about a spot for his channel. Their prior deal involved a laptop and things went smoothly. Continuing their dealings, Big Cheese then sent Rich a desktop. The deal was for 3 sponsor spots a week for what was assumed to be 6 months and an additional $200 payment made to Big Cheese in December 2014. There were issues with the computer's CD drive, but both parties were happy to continue the deal.
Today's
the CD drive
video was brought to you by Big Cheese's YouTube channel for gameplay reviews.
Yeah, Big Cheese KIT.
Music and vlogs. Subscribe to Big Cheese VG. Link below in the description.
This was the only placement for Thanksgiving week. Already, Rich had failed the promise of 3 sponsors a week. But that's when Big Cheese reached out, inquiring what happened. Rich states that the holiday has somehow affected his ability to add placements. Big Cheese shook it off and was pleased to find that Rich was adhering to their deal to 3 sponsors the following week. But that was it. Even though the 10th of December had come, Rich was reluctant to deliver those $200, instead offering Big Cheese an additional 6 months of promotion. That, or he sends the PC back, which Big Cheese would have to pay.
Dude, he'd give him 6 months of fucking ad reads, but won't send him $200? Jesus Christ, man. If someone offered me $200 to do 6 months worth of ad placements at 3 a week, I'd be the biggest idiot ever for taking that shit.
The shipping for. Either way, Rich made it clear he was not getting the agreed upon $200, emphasizing that other companies would pay him thousands for the sponsorship spots and that it was not worth his time. The conversation then devolved alongside the deal. Big Cheese made the statement that Rich was going back on his word, which Rich refuted. As Big Cheese would find, attacks on Rich's character was a sore spot.
But when I said something about that financial crisis, when I tell you he flipped on me...
Oh, that's so nostalgic. Bro, the fucking Cosmodrome in Destiny 1. The best, the fucking loot cave. Shit. Damn. I spent a lot of time there. Destiny 1 was fucking wild, bro. I love Destiny 1.
With him.
Such a great game.
Cue it. First off, no financial crisis. Secondly, I don't give a shit to keep the machine and pay out money I don't need to. That's called being smart. You get back your product and there's no contract. You seem like a man who was broke and desperate since we were calling out.
Yeah, and then they added like an Easter egg that says like millions died here or something like that. But yeah, if you go in the loot cave nowadays, there's like a memorial to all the killed Hive. So it's kind of funny, but... Yeah, you used to just sit there and shoot into the cave, and you could farm exotic engrams, basically.
People's financials, but sadly that's not my problem. So before I say something really nasty, bite your tongue. You get your computer and take virtually no financial loss except shipping. You know, the half-working computer you sent me. Don't get smart with me, boss, because I'm not in the mood. Let me know what you want to do.
After a lengthy back and forth with threats of litigation in the conversation, Rich posted this on his public Facebook. But only Big Cheese at the time knew who it was directed at.
I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a pushover, and if you try to screw me over business-wise, I will legally stomp you and smile while doing it. Just a word of advice. Rich, bruh, you're playing the victim once again. You are a victim, an emotional victim.
This was all compiled in Big Cheese's video calling Rich out for going back on his word. Rich, rather than pay those $200 and diffuse the building tension, uploads his own video to counter Big Cheese.
So you get back anything, you lose no money minus shipping, and you get months upon months of free advertising, and you're trying to turn this into me being like a scandalous thief, go to hell, dude. This is the last video I'll make on it. I don't care who else makes responses. I know people. I was going to keep this private like it should have been, but since you wanted to make it into a...
It is kind of funny. Like, Rich always has drama surrounding not paying people, which is just very odd because it's tiny ass little amounts of money. Like $200, really? Like, even back in what? I forgot what year this was, but like, let's say 2015. $200 for Rich was nothing.
A shit show, so be it. I'm sure this is going to be an e-drama thing that everyone's going to jump on the bandwagon with, but this is the only video I will make about it.
Without any encouragement from Big Cheese himself, this disagreement alone birthed the Big Cheese Crusaders. Random users that formed under this drama in order to go after Rich in whatever ways they could. Rich saw only a glimpse of the chaos to come and buckled under the pressure.
I paid Big Cheese, and I guess I do owe him an apology. Even though I was willing to send back the product, I guess he was depending on the money that I was going to send him, and it kind of blindsided him.
Though the feud was ostensibly over, in reality it had shifted between fans and detractors of Rich, some still under the Big Cheese Crusaders. Whenever Rich would slip up in a video, they were certain to catalog it.
I actually truly feel that I owe Anita Sarkeesian an apology. Here's what I mean. Mr. Repzion, he's a pretty big channel on YouTube.
Videos like Rich's apology to the highly disliked Anita Sarkeesian over threats she was receiving, or just an ill-informed video about how DirectX 12 compatibility works. Comments disparaging Rich would soon become the least of his worries, as a new hell would overshadow them all. Around April of 2015, a channel going under ReviewTechUSA was persistent in the ruination of Rich, seeking to affect not only his reputation, but also cancel his convention showings and successfully scared away his sponsors.
Yeah, I think that type of shit's fucked up. Like, you know, talk shit about people all you want, you know, make the fucking troll videos and stuff, but don't go after people's sponsors and like try to fuck with them showing up at a convention. And like, that's taking shit too far. That's like the one complaint I have with the Rich trolls, is like everything else is pretty harmless, but when you start doing shit like that, I think you lose people.
Though it looked like this person wasn't the only one interested in threatening Rich beyond what was typical.
This is when shit goes too far. I deal with trolling on a daily basis. I deal with nonsense on a daily basis. I've been DDoS attacked or denial of service attacked on Twitch, so on and so forth. But the message that you're seeing here, the still, is a message that I received on Facebook. When you
oh, dude, how do you take this seriously? Like, look at that profile picture, dude. Tony MLG Master Dutch. Oh my god, how the fuck do you take that shit seriously?
threaten me is when shit gets real.
The purpose of this
I would fucking laugh my ass off if somebody sent me that shit.
Threat was to both scare Rich and cancel his convention showing. But as Rich draws on, a claim he makes about the advice given from law enforcement is not so believable.
So I actually asked the officer if I should make a video about what happened, and he said, yeah, it would be a good idea. It could give us more information and could help us get a lead quicker. So I'm actually asking...
Hey, police. Do you think it's a good idea to make a YouTube video provoking the person making death threats about me? Yes, Rich, that's a great idea. Make a YouTube video, you know, antagonizing the people that are threatening to kill you, if you actually think it's a credible threat.
Asking you guys for some help.
It was this line that had viewers questioning if Rich was lying. This sentiment was shared on Drama Alert that was reporting the story.
Now, TechUSA said that he went to the police and the police told
USA
him to make a video so people try to find this person. It seems like a little bit of a stretch. I'm not the only one that thinks it's a stretch. A lot of people have been uploading videos to YouTube.
Review my cucumber, USA. Hell yeah, man.
Claiming that this is just a hoax for exposure.
Yeah, I agree.
Whatever
Who fucking cares if you get some random person saying, yeah, I'm gonna fucking snipe you, dude. And his name has MLG Master in the fucking, yeah.
case, Rich on his Facebook was firing back, claiming that the trolls that went after him will be made an example of. Quote, how this shit is handled on the internet has to be changed, and I'm gonna make that change happen. They know I have info and are scared, and they should be. The anonymity of the internet
The
should not be
Shadows
a safe haven
government.
for harassment. Unquote. Those seeking Rich's demise were confident, enough so that they came forward claiming that they were the ones that sent the threat.
We have Lizard Squad here today, and we also have ReviewTechUSA. Why did you guys make the death threat? Why did you get him kicked from this event? Don't you think that's going too far?
No, it wasn't going too far. It was actually our associate Daryl Boot who
Didn't fucking Lizard Squad get arrested? I think so. They're the ones that did get arrested, I believe.
called up too many games and told them basically what would happen if he attended the event.
Whether it was from the infamous hacking group, Lizard Squad, Review Hell USA, or any other of Rich's trolls, his harassment only escalated as more users were coming out to attack him, which Rich continued to address.
No, they weren't behind the PSN hack. They were behind the DDoS attacks of Xbox Live and PSN over Christmas. No, the PlayStation hack was the result of North Korea hacking Sony because of the Interview movie. That's what that was from. That's when North Korea hacked the entirety of Sony because Sony Pictures was making that Interview movie about Kim Jong-un. So they hacked Sony and knocked everything down. They got all their corporate emails and documents and literally everything. The entire company was completely fucking like ravaged by the hack, and PSN was down for like over a month.
Little did they know, Rich was more than willing to sink to their level.
Okay, so the sponsor that came up to me fairly recently, and I'm excited as hell that we're working together, is called shadowsgovernment.com. These guys work with digital forensics, online psychological criminal profiling, and the one I'm going to be talking about the most, okay, is cyber criminal investigation.
Shadow's Government was a self-proclaimed white hat hacker. These are deemed ethical hackers who try to expose security vulnerabilities for the companies or individuals they serve or take contracts with. As much as anonymity is valued in this space, Todd Nicely, the person behind Shadow's Government, wasn't so anonymous.
Todd Nicely was arrested after impersonating a doctor at Somerset Community Hospital. But he says there's more to the story. Todd was a patient when he wondered just how secure the hospital is, both physically and technically. He runs an online conglomerate of computer hackers from all over the world called Shadows.
As it was quickly found out, Nicely also had several criminal convictions, mostly related to drug possession and driving, whether it be under the influence or with a revoked license. Rich had promoted a convicted criminal for reasons that soon became apparent when Shadows sent out a bounty. Quote,
well, it's not even that. He paid Shadow's Government to be a sponsor on his channel. Like, it wasn't even the fact that, you know, Shadow's Government wanted to like put an ad out on Rich's channel. Like, Rich paid him, and then on top of that gave him free publicity on top of the payout to get this information on one of Rich's trolls.
Shadow is putting out a bounty on their heads. Easy money. Announcement: $200 for docs on the following: Big Cheese Crusaders bullshit group. They usually go by Review Hell USA, Review Mussolini.
Got lost in the whirlpool of tasks? Your Mac may be on the brink of burnout as well. Let's check in Macation with the menu app in Clean My Mac X. Book space on your disk. Optimize RAM. Recharge the batteries. Vacation for you, Macation for your Mac.
AKA Review Hell USA. Excellent work, and I can't express my gratitude enough. Unquote.
Here is what happened with that. I forgot about it. I swear on my son I forgot about it. I would even mention that in that Twitch video. There was a guy on YouTube who was bothering my family and I, to the point that I had to get authorities involved. I'm not going to go into details. Basically, they threw their hands up and there was nothing they could really do. Someone said, which ended up being him, that I have that guy's information. Maybe this will put a stop to him. So I was like, okay. I mean, I kind of thought it was bullshit, but I'm like, all right, I'll put it out there.
Archived is Rich posting the pastebin of ReviewTechUSA. Quote, someone sent me a possible dox of the psycho that has been relentless on me. I didn't ask for it, and I strongly question its legitimacy. But what the hell? I'm tired of this prick. Unquote.
I never doxed anybody. That was the funny thing. I never looked up anyone's information or did anything to get any.
Yeah, but you shared it publicly. That's the same thing.
Anybody's information. That was just handed. That is all it was. I personally did not get anyone's information. So.
Yeah, you paid the Shadows government guy to get it for you.
Is what it is.
Rich seems confused on what doxing is. Obtaining information is not doxing. Releasing it is doxing.
Yep.
The severity varies on the intent and widespread of the information. Contrary to popular belief, doxing can be a crime. In the US, it is classified as cyberstalking and is exactly what Rich was doing. Specifically, posting information or spreading rumors about the victim on the internet or hiring private investigators. After Rich committed this crime, due to the reaction, he took it down, as explained in this Facebook comment. Quote, don't get it, people were freaking out. I wasn't threatening the person in the docs, and I wasn't the one who compiled it. But due to the reaction, I took it down. I really just wanted to see if anyone knew anything. Unquote. Now, late 2015, it turned out that the Big Cheese Crusaders were not only targeting Rich, but also Big Cheese himself. For that reason, Rich uploaded a video with Big Cheese in an attempt to quell the unrest.
And while I was streaming,
Shattergate,
you know, the
is dead.
BC Crusaders, that's what they call themselves. How the hell you crusading me? But they call themselves the BC Crusaders. They spammed DDoS my Twitch page, a bunch of followers with my home phone number, saying that my wife's a whore, and then my mom has cancer, and then says I have your mailing address and stuff like that. So it's been pretty much the cyber harassment, cyber attacking towards me.
What happened with Big Cheese and me, there was a business deal we had. It went sour, but we squashed it within, what would you say, 24 hours of it happening?
Pretty much.
And if we can move on from it, there's no reason for it to keep continuing. And I hope maybe if people realize, oh wow, Rich and Big Cheese have moved on from this, you know, maybe it isn't as big of a deal as people are trying to make it out to be.
The top comments were criticizing Rich for bringing up the trolls once more. Quote, no, why did you bring it up? The trolls were returned.
Yep.
And you just restarted the cycle, Rich. Rich, this was a bad idea. Unquote. It's difficult to state what effect this video had on the Big Cheese Crusaders. What is known is that at this point, those that were left in the movement were members that truly despised Rich. And as such, they continued to document Rich under a critical lens, seeking to spread word of his transgressions, the newest of which came from a Final Fantasy XIV review.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Rich of ReviewTechUSA, and this is going to be a very interesting video. Square Enix came up to me and asked me to play Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. I suggest you give this game a chance. I think you'll really enjoy it. So huge shout out to Square Enix for giving me an opportunity to play this game, and I think they have something awesome on their hands, and now I can see why this game has been praised by so many people.
Rich in the video praised the game, but it was only in the description and the comments that he stated he was sponsored by Square Enix to make this video. That in itself wasn't the entire reason this review was somewhat controversial. It was Rich's prior, unpaid statements about the game.
And they try too hard to be different, and the outcome is games like Final Fantasy XIII, Final Fantasy XIV, and the other garbage they come out with. They're trying to...
Well, alright, no, so that's not fair. Because I'll explain why that's not fair. Final Fantasy XIV, when it came out, was dog shit. Final Fantasy XIV was so bad when it released, they literally delisted the game and completely reworked it from the ground up, basically. And Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn, which is what he was reviewing and talking about, was completely different in terms of quality. Like, it was actually good. The original Final Fantasy XIV was absolute dog shit. So in Rich's defense, he's talking about two different games when he's referring to Final Fantasy XIV in either one of those videos. Like in this video, he's talking about the original Final Fantasy XIV. A Realm Reborn is like the reworked version of it, which is basically a different game.
Figure out what it is. Maybe because they've made a bunch of crappy Final Fantasy games that no one cares about. But beyond the screw-ups
you
they're
can't
making,
show
let's
Dante's
talk
Inferno footage anymore.
About all these companies, because they're losing money making AAA games because they either
Too
try
many
to
tits and
rehash the
cock.
same IP over and over again, or they try to make a half-assed game with multiplayer and hope it sells 10 million units and it doesn't.
These were likely throwaway lines to emphasize the dislike of Square Enix and the years the videos were created. And being that Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO and changes year per year, Rich could have naturally changed his opinion as the game improved. Though the clips next to each other and the lack of disclosure inside the actual video made for more reason for trolls to dislike Rich, and closed out 2015. 2016 started off just as poorly for Rich.
Looking for the most comfortable, stylish, easiest pants around? Try new Skechers slip-in pants.
There's nothing
Just slip
wrong
in and
with it.
In January,
There's nothing wrong with Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno is great. The problem is there's a lot of nudity in it, so you can't play it on YouTube or else you get age restricted.
Polled his Twitter audience, asking them if he should make a Patreon. No won by a decent margin. Coincidentally, Keemstar posted this video about creators being greedy with their Patreons.
Like, why would you ask your fans for money when you could give money back to your fans? I mean,
yeah, Satan has a massive BBC goat cock for the final boss fight, and that thing is bouncing between his knees.
You're the one that's blessed.
This was a repeat of the situation with the BBC. Though Keemstar did not mention Rich by name, Rich immediately responded and assumed it was him that Keemstar was talking to.
Notice a trend? Not mentioned by name immediately assumes they're talking about him. The guilty conscience always speaks first.
About. The two then argued about the ethics of donations before the conversation died down. That's when Keemstar told Rich he was making a general statement that was not specifically targeting him. From here, Rich apologized 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This apology lasted about an hour. Quote, LMAO. Okay, apology taken back. At Keemstar, really, dude? I'm done after this, but wow. Unquote. Rich was not done after this, as below was a video calling Keemstar out for having a donate button on his stream page, as Rich was equating that to having a Patreon. The only person that could benefit from this nebulous argument was Keemstar, but Rich was too arrogant to see how this back and forth, his flip-flopping from apologizing to then taking the apology back, could hurt him.
Before everyone freaks out, I have no ill will against Keemstar. This isn't going to turn into some stupid thing.
This turned into a massive back and forth between Rich and Keemstar and eventually escalated into a debate.
Right? He's like, look at Keemstar, I take my apology back. Well, first of all, you apologized because you thought I was talking about you, okay? That's why you apologized, all right? But then you took my apology back because you found that I have a donate button on my stream. Rich, look at, you said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah.
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
Pretty much, yes.
All right. Well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon. So look, you manipulated the situation. You lied 3 times. We've already went over this 100 times. And you know what? Now I've backed you in a corner, and you're not making a Patreon. So I'll take it as a win.
Dude, don't
Anyone
even try.
else can say whatever the fuck they want. I'll take it as a win.
Yeah, of course you're going to take it as a win. You're like making these things and putting
his
them in there
ego.
to make it as a win. The bottom line is
this. You're not making a Patreon.
Hold on.
Semantics aside, throughout the debate, it was Keemstar's goal to bar Rich from making a Patreon, in which he succeeded, lest he go back on his word. And if this happened in February instead of January 2016, Keemstar would have had more ammunition to use. Not because of the Patreon, but because of these 2 tweets. Quote, I think it's time I released at the RTU Critic's personal info. What do you guys think? Let's have some fun. At the RTU Critic, I'll make sure to add that pic of your kid to the docs too. Let's make this a good one. Unquote. Rich claims this was in retaliation to the RTU Critic's doxing and harassing of his family, which included his children, even calling Rich when he was at the gym. Though after it came out that Shadow's government had a criminal history, Rich cut ties with Shadow and tried to delete as much as he could of what happened. These tweets were soon deleted, though they are still visible through the Wayback Machine alongside the remnants of the RTU critics' campaign against Rich. There were also videos that fans of Rich made combating the RTU critic. This fan made a rap song celebrating the dogs of the RTU critic.
You can't run, you can't hide.
Dude, I remember when that one guy, what was it, 1316 Killer or whatever, literally every single time Rich made a YouTube video, he made a response video to it, and it was like, holy shit. That guy was like on the fucking ball like constantly, just ready to make a response to whatever the video of the day was that Rich uploaded. I remember that too. I don't know. I don't remember if he brings him up in this or not. I don't think so. Let's see. Raging bored with the two. Don't bring internet shit to IRL. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm all for making fun of people and laughing at them, but don't try to fuck with people's livelihoods or their real life stuff. I think that's too far, no matter what you feel about the person. Unless they're doing some shit like EDP. Like, unless it's something like that, then yeah, I don't really think you should take internet drama or beef into the real life aspect of that person's life. Buff Garfield with the 2. I'm gonna review your cucumber. Oh shit. I'll make sure it's nice and washed for you. And CIA Barbecue Chicken Emporium with the 2. Rich is the original Boogie before lolcow. They're definitely similar in a lot of ways. Definitely.
You're not going to stop my review tech pride. You could have got boxed, but instead you got doxed.
The RTU critic and Review Hell USA are the same person, alongside a different creator known as Sierra Air.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to expose a traitor to the Big Cheese Crusaders.
Sierra was not nearly as successful in getting reactions from Rich, but they were successful in keeping whatever was left of the Big Cheese Crusaders together. Clear by the catalog of videos, Sierra was not a very sane person, as it is not typical for someone to upload this many videos about the police or just McDonald's employees harassing them.
What? Harassed by McDonald's staff?
Regardless, Sierra did get some notoriety from those looking into Rich's most dedicated opposition.
Now, this person that he's adding in this tweet is not exactly as subtle about the threats he makes. I'm in Ireland. You can't catch me. Rich's personal life will be targeted until he quits. I don't care what the fuck you think about me. I want that man dead in a bog.
Rich's outbursts continue to encourage his trolls. In this live
yeah, that guy belongs in the fucking loony bin.
Stream, he called one the F word.
Dude, I really, like, I don't care, man. And the thing is if I block you, then you say I'm a pussy. If you stay here, you
yeah, this whole thing was a big fat nothing. I don't know, man. I still don't understand why people think this is some sort of gotcha, in all honesty. Like, who fucking cares if you call somebody a fanook? You know, obviously, insert the real word. Like, but who gives a shit? Like, what a bunch of fucking pussy-ass bitches. They're like, oh my god, bro, he used a homophobic slur. Like, yeah, so what? Grow a fucking pair of balls. Everybody, like, every fucking man has used that word in their life. If you haven't, you're lying.
Annoy the shit out of me. Like, why don't we just meet somewhere? If you have that much of a problem with me, let's meet somewhere and we could, quote-unquote, discuss it. If you got that much of a problem, dude, I'm more than willing to meet. You name a place, I'll meet you.
I don't know, bro. Like, if I ever got into a drama like that, my response to it would just be responding and calling the person calling me out. That exact thing.
There. And we could have a discussion. We could discuss anything you want. I will meet you. I will put a fucking flag on my car saying I'm Rich, and we.
Yeah, that's why Rich became, you know, the fucking troon advocate, is because it's like the weak point in his armor, basically. You know, when people bring this up, it like actually bothers him. It's like, why? Just fucking tell him to, you know, kick rocks. Or call them the word in return. I don't know, man. Who gives a shit? Siler with the 2, Olympics 2028 in Cali, another trash look. Now, I will give credit. California is better than Paris, but yeah. not a great place to follow up. 2 metropolitan shitholes.
We can meet there. I don't know, man, but you seem that you are such a fucking loser that you come on here all the fucking time. And it's annoying. And if I block you, you get pissed. If I unblock you, you annoy the shit out of me.
This was the pinnacle of controversy for Rich at the time. His strategy of doxing his worst trolls and publicly making amends with Big Cheese seemingly worked in his favor. The worst that was happening to him was when he ate all that a Wall Street Journal article fed him about PewDiePie. An article that was filled with false information decrying PewDiePie as anti-Semitic. Rich quickly took this video down and issued an apology.
It's time for me to eat a whole bunch of fucking crow right now.
In Rich's apology, he still got important information about PewDiePie incorrect, like stating that PewDiePie wore an SS officer's uniform when the costume he wore was clearly not of German origin. But for this to be...
Yeah, but... Come on. This was back when PewDiePie was going through his edgy phase, so the reason he wore it is because it looked like one. It may not have been one, but he was definitely doing it because it resembled one, which I don't fucking care, dude. Who gives a shit? Like, I'm all for edgy jokes and shit like that. That is perfectly fine with me, but, you know, let's call a spade a spade.
Rich's most controversial video for at least a year was an improvement. Though all good things must come to an end, and Rich would find himself with more problems, some of his own creation, others falsified to destroy his character.
So let me get this straight. Rich cries when he gets doxxed, but likes it when it happens to other people.
Gee, I wonder why I flagged that down. I don't know.
And he's given out, the state that I live in.
At least try to come after me for something I can't instantly debunk.
He also gives out my last name.
ReviewTech, who is Anna Doyle? I see people mentioning her in the chat.
On November 1st, 2017, Rich finally committed and announced he was making a Patreon. With the adpocalypse cutting into his revenue, and with his videos full of colorful language and unsavory subject matter...
13-year-old attempts to rape, then murders mom over COD. Damn, bro. He couldn't keep a positive KD, and he couldn't get his dick up.
This is what he offered to remain uncensored. While there could have been issues with trolls pointing out him going back on his word and creating a Patreon, as long as Rich did not address it, no one would care. For the next couple of months, hundreds would subscribe to Rich's Patreon as he would thank them for its success. Once it passed over 1,000 subscribed to Rich's Patreon as he would thank
I remember
them.
the conspiracy theory with this. I don't know how accurate it was, but it was basically that Rich never needed the Patreon money to pay for his office because he was just working from his parents' house the entire time. I don't know if that's entirely true or not, but yeah.
For its success. Once it passed...
That was supposedly the drama surrounding his Patreon, as he was basically accepting money for an office that he didn't even need because he was working from home.
Over $1,000 a month and remained there for a period, Rich made a promise for patron-only streams, but failed to give any details within a timely manner. Then Rich on a live stream stated this.
With the stream guys, in terms of doing like an exclusive stream for patrons, I don't know if, I know I put that on there. I don't know if I want to do that because I feel like I just feel like I'm being unfair to the rest of my subscribers.
This video was archived and uploaded on a channel that went by Anna Doyle. This is believed to be a sock account of ReviewTechUSA. The video showing the unfulfilled Patreon reward was titled ReviewTechUSA Undelivered Patreon Reward Promises. The only reason it is prominent now is because Rich addressed it.
Now the video is called ReviewTechUSA Undelivered Patreon Reward Promises, and generally when this jackass makes videos, I ignore them. I have better things to do, let them say whatever the hell they want to say. But when you try to make me seem like I'm being a thief, I gotta step in and say something, especially when I have documented evidence proving that I'm not.
Rich's evidence used to debunk...
Yeah, but if you promise, like, yeah, if we hit $1,000 fucking dollars on Patreon, I'll do a one Patreon only stream a month, whatever it was. It's like, yeah, you're taking their money under false pretenses. It's like when he promised to do like a certain set of things on stream by a certain date, or he would donate money to charity. if he hit a membership goal. And then he spurred the fuck out when people called him on it, and he was like,
Jesus fucking Christ. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, you fucking virgin losers. God damn. Go get a life. Go outside. Find meaning in your fucking life. Because they're angry and can't get pussy, so I have to do it to shut them the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck all of you. Shut the fuck up. God damn it.
Yeah, that was his reaction to people saying, hey, Rich, you didn't do the fucking stream where you did X, 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 and X. So are you going to donate the money to charity? And that was his reaction to that. So, yeah, he has a history of setting goals and not meeting them. So, I mean, just don't set goals like that if you don't have any intention of actually fulfilling them. That way you avoid the issues altogether. Why did Rich call me an incel? I have no idea. Apparently, I'm waiting for marriage, which is news for me. But hey, I guess Rich knows my sex life. And future sex life, I guess, too. Better than even I do. You know, he's got a crystal ball and a fucking portal back into the fucking past that he can observe my entire life, apparently.
Anna Doyle was in the form of post that stated he was committing to Patreon-only streams. But this was in March. ReviewTech introduced the idea in January and failed to deliver any streams for those 2 months. This issue is so small that it is difficult to believe many, if any...
I don't remember exactly... Hold on, I think did I screenshot it? I may have. I think I screenshotted the timestamp. Let me see. I don't remember if I did or not. Ooh, I did. Oh, of course the time's not in it. Fuck. But I can find it. It's easy enough. Let's see. It was Working for the Devil. Or Working with the Devil is the name of... Oh, wait. Not videos. Live. This part.
Apparently that PPP waxes his ass. Why?
It's about the fucking grifters and these pieces of fucking shit. That is a human piece of fucking shit.
No. Are you serious? Is that confirmed, Matt? Oh, no. He's doing the get woke, go broke shit now. He's doing CTA's essentially suit too.
It was like at
literally.
this part.
Target.
I give a would have made more about going to later, and he didn't know.
Is he talking?
And that was
See, you can't. Who was married? I was never married.
I'm trying to get the timing right. Right here, maybe.
Oh, fuck, I forgot the second thing. You would think I was on pot today, but I'm not. I'm watching Griffin clips right now in your show. He's watching the video he made roasting 8-Bit. And Jay, cool. I'm glad he's saving himself. Tell him,
So keep in mind, this is what's so fucking funny, too, is the video that this guy brought up was literally making fun of 8-Bit Eric and Jay. So basically, it was a pro review tech video that I was agreeing with at the time. Because the thing is I think Rich was in the right to be able to fire his editor. So keep that in mind, too. Like, literally, I was on his side in this drama originally. So here he is burning the fucking bridge over me just simply watching a video that he made about the situation. But yeah.
I'm glad he's...
Here you go.
I'm glad he's saving himself. Tell him I'm glad he's saving himself for marriage.
Why, Rich? Do you want me pure on our wedding day?
I honestly, if I could, I would put a bullet in that motherfucker's head.
This is why I wanted to watch this. Oh, would you?
There's another part too. I don't remember what it is.
Would you do that? So we got someone threatening to murder somebody. I didn't do that. Even my
There's two of them.
Evil DL5 daddy issue past stream.
There's the
which
part.
you did a call to action to take down. Are your feelings, sir, because I blocked you because you're a desperate loser who was crying for attention? I know, and all the sexually frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey, Griffin, you're pushing 30 and saving yourself for marriage?
Apparently. I mean, that's news to me, guys, but, you know, Daddy Rich knows best, huh?
You know what I call that? You're a fucking incel who just can't get any.
That's right, Rich. I wish I could be more like you and have 3 illegitimate children outside of wedlock. You know, I could truly be living my best life right now, having 3 bastards running around. Jeez, if only I could live up to your amazing example.
Griffin Gaming. Yeah. He's saving him. The guy who fucking talks so...
I'm saving myself. Dude, where did he even get that from? That's what's crazy. Like, I've never uttered those words before. Like, where the fuck is he get? I'm guessing he's projecting, man. He's trying to materialize his desires. Because apparently he wants me to be like... he wants me to be pure for him or some shit. I don't fucking know, dude.
So much shit all of a sudden has
That's
morality
wild.
For marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
Yes, I have morality for marriage, guys. If you respect the institution of marriage, that means you literally can't have sex, dude.
Fucked. That is legitimately saying...
Like, just keep in mind, this is the guy who would think saying, oh, I bet you go to church is an insult. So I'm guessing that's his angle, is like, he's implying that because I'm religious, I'm saving myself for marriage, and therefore that's a negative. I don't know, man. But it was like such a weird fucking thing. Like, I've never talked about like, oh yeah, dude, I'm saving myself for marriage, or you should save yourself. Like, I've never encouraged that at all. So it's just a very weird thing for him to come out of left field with. I don't get it. But yeah. Interesting times, man. Virgin Gaming is... Nah, Incel Gaming, bro. Not just Virgin Gaming, Incel Gaming. But yeah, that shit was funny as fuck, bro. Yeah, I have a purity cock ring on. That literally does not allow me to get an erection.
Any at all of Rich's supporters will care about the minutiae of this. Anna Doyle's true goal, as it has always been, was to troll Rich, to get a response. And once again, they got what they wanted.
But to everyone out there who's...
But yeah, it's like the fucking pussy slayer himself is gonna talk shit like, okay, bro. Like, yeah, we all wish we could be the absolute fucking pussy magnet that is Rich from ReviewTechUSA. Am I right?
saying that I'm being Panhandler Tech USA and making 8 billion videos about me, I got something for you too. Panhandle this.
This was just the beginning. In April, the 1316 Killer, a creator that had long criticized Rich, received this screenshot which prompted him to make this video.
So just to let everybody know, I do not have Twitter and I do not have Facebook. I actually put that in a skit that I made today, which will be going up. I don't know if I'll post this today or tomorrow, but take a good look at that.
On screen was allegedly the 1316 Killer's docs. Rich responded by denying that he doxed him. Further tweets demonstrate how the screenshot could have been faked by editing the web page's source code. And as dedicated as his trolls are in archiving every misstep, none of them provided an archive link to the tweet Rich doxing the 1316 Killer. There is no evidence behind this happening. And being that the 1316 Killer was sent this screenshot means that there is no proof that the text was unaltered. This is not to say that Rich was completely uninvolved in drama. As tensions were rising between Rich and his most dedicated trolls, mysteriously their videos were disappearing, like Anna Doyle's, which is when Rich was asked to show his flagging history.
Will you show your YouTube history report like Monday Matt did, because there is rumors you reported Anna Doyle? I'm not showing any reports. I didn't report him, but I'm not showing any reports.
Anyone can have a fat chick? Exactly, man. I guess because I'm not out here pumping bitches full of my baby batter that are like 300 plus pounds. I'm not as cool as ReviewTechUSA. You know, if only. Claus mystery with the 50. The Dalai Lama is a celibate, and watch what he did, be Nazi, so RTU's argument was destroyed by reality. Yeah, it's just, I don't even know where the fuck that came from, though. That's what's funny. I mean, Rich might as well have said, yeah, I bet you go to church. Like, that's basically what it felt like. It's like him trying to roast religion once again. I think that's what it was, but I don't even try to fucking understand half of this shit, bro. Clapping fat chicks is a flex, and it's not. It absolutely is not. And like the person that Rich was like engaged to and dating long term already had like 7 kids before she got with him. So it's like, okay, bro. Some real prime cut.
With Rich's associate being exposed for flagging videos critical of them, this became the new spearhead against Rich and was utilized by Keemstar in 2018. In an unrelated drama, Keemstar was on creator Andy Warski's stream lambasting Rich for his transgressions.
And every time I see a video from you, it's just stupid fucking opinions. I don't know why you're on the fucking internet anymore. You're dumb, you get everything wrong, you say dumb shit over and over again. I'm so sick of hearing your dumb fucking opinions. You need to get smarter before you come on my fucking platform on YouTube and spread your bullshit. Because I'm sick of it. You're dumb. Get smarter.
Thank you.
In this conversation, Rich was on the back foot, and so he wanted to make peace with Keemstar. Keemstar was willing under one condition.
Okay, I've calmed down. I understand that you want to make peace and that you're sorry. Olive branch out there if you show your flag history.
Rich, now willing to show his flagging history, pulled it up for all to see.
There you go.
There is information about this vehicle.
Wait.
Video not available.
So yeah, some were deleted. See when they're deleted?
Some were deleted.
All right, so
those were probably from like 5 fucking years ago.
All right, so Review Tech sexually assaulted someone.
Yes.
Gaming.
Gee, I wonder why I flagged that down. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't blame him for flagging shit, because that's the thing. It's like, you know, just simply flagging a video doesn't really do anything. But yeah, if somebody's like falsely accusing you of fucking sexual assault and stuff like that, I feel like that's fair game to flag. Like, that's straight up defamation. So I don't see an issue with that, but it wasn't just stuff like that he was flagging. It was also people just making fun of him for the stupid shit he did.
Review Tech, who is Anna Doyle? I see people mentioning her in the chat.
That is a dude who has put out my personal information.
Whose name?
Put out, and he.
Terrible man.
And honestly, I wasn't even though I did flag him once, I wasn't even the one who.
Dude, look at that shit. The Young Turks
got his channel taken down.
Rich had lied.
Trying to see what I don't know what the other ones are. Shoe Nice? What the fuck? I can't read the other ones. Is that Stefan? I don't know. Powerful JRE? Oh, so he was a Joe Rogan fan back then. He hates Joe Rogan now. That's interesting. He hates Joe Rogan because he was anti-COVID.
He did, in fact, flag Anna Doyle.
That just shows you the massive shift that Rich has gone through over the years.
Doyle, a.k.a. ReviewHellUSA. What's more, with Rich exposed, Keemstar saw the opportunity to dig the knife in further, insinuating that he only goes after people when they are weak.
most of the shit that I got from you came under, like, in the year 2016 when the whole internet hated me and everybody thought my career was over.
No,
and as soon as I regained, my
that's
channel,
I'm
and now you want to be sorry.
No, I'm not like that.
Though this did provide yet another reason for trolls to continue their campaign against Rich, the internet at large did not care. What helped Rich avoid any of this backlash was his massive success. Shortly after this conversation, Rich had his best month on YouTube ever due to some extremely successful videos. This was Rich's shield. Over the next couple years, his videos would easily dominate anyone coming out against him despite his continued missteps. From a livestream covering January 6 to his dating profile being leaked. There was even a video theorizing he had gastric bypass surgery due to his massive weight loss. All of it forgotten because his own videos continue to dominate the search results. In 2022, he even
Claus, Mystery of the 20, Context, Dalai Lama. Oh, yeah, I remember that. He, like, sucked the tongue of a boy. I remember that shit. He, like, sucked his tongue.
Hit 1 million subscribers. It was around this time that he had been using marijuana and had been wanting to significantly lessen his usage.
Like, there's a lot of times like, oh shit, I gotta stream soon. Time to get stoned. And I'm like, oh no.
Pretty normal, yeah.
That's not how I want to be.
Just Dalai Lama
You know what I
shit.
mean? Two things. Like I said, I'll have it a few times a year like I do drinks. You know what I'm saying?
I'll have it a few times a year. Oh, that aged like milk. That aged like absolute milk, bro. Yeah, I'll have weed a few times a year. More like a few times a night.
Saying, like, it's not like I'm anti-weed now. Like, dude, I think they should make it legalized federally. I'll have it a few times a year. And it did a lot for me.
While Rich had these desires and sought the benefits, like possibly increasing motivation, tragedy struck Rich's life, making it more difficult to quit or do anything else for that matter, as this happening required his entire attention.
Unfortunately, I have some bad news. His daughter is in the ICU at the moment, and he is unable to make videos on the channel, and he's unable to live stream. He's going through a lot, emotionally, of course.
That was Rich's dedicated editor, Jay, host of the channel JKB that was formerly 3KB or 3 kilobytes. In Rich's absence, Jay would take up the majority.
The one that we just learned is the reason why Rich has a YouTube channel, apparently. Which is something I did learn from this documentary, so...
responsibilities of the channel. But this went on longer than initially expected. Rich's daughter was thought to only need about 1 month of hospital stay, though that was less and less becoming the case.
My daughter, my youngest daughter, Mackenzie, is in the hospital right now with Steven Johnson syndrome, which is rare within itself. There's like 20,000 cases or less each year. The main reason why I'm making this video is that things are going to be different on this channel, probably until I'm saying realistically she's going to be 2 months. I don't wish this on my worst enemy. This is the worst thing I've ever been through.
After several months of turmoil, now in July, the worst of it seemed to be over. But Rich, now being a bit more active on his channel, reflected on his content.
Unfortunately, to put it lightly, and that's an understatement, life had different plans for me. So why things got inconsistent, because my time was at a premium. I had my 2 sons here full-time for a very long time, and mostly what I stuck to was live streaming. And recently, this is what I'm leading up to, because my time is still somewhat at a premium because things aren't fully settled yet, I've brought back news, kind of.
What Rich goes into is his exhaustion of covering surface-level news. He has grown tired of reading articles or glancing at similar media and filming an equally introspective piece, hardly expanding on the original.
Yeah, I can understand not caring about the news, but the thing is most people don't care about their day-to-day task in whatever fucking job they're working. So the fact that Rich couldn't do the bare minimum and just fucking, talk into his microphone for like maybe an hour a day tops as his job is pretty pitiful. So,
flimsy work. Typically, a creator may make these changes.
Like, personally, I don't give a flying fuck about cybersecurity. I don't find it interesting at all, but, you know, it's my job, so I do it. Like, that's the thing, is most people do jobs that they're not passionate about, but Rich, like, refuses to do even the most bare minimum effort to, like, do his job, which is what's crazy to me. Jenna said King revived with the 5. I was in the mall RTU was in when he yelled about the quartering. That same mall has a go-kart track on the other side where I was with my friend. Yeah, that shit was fucking sad, man. A grown man walks into a food court and screams the quartering is a massive pussy, and then he's the one that backs out of the boxing match when he finds out the quartering was actually training and Rich was on the fucking elliptical like a woman.
Because their views are suffering from lack of experimentation. Their content has grown stale, and in order to survive on the platform, something else must be created. This was not Rich's case. Even though he was uploading at a much slower rate than he had in the past couple of years, his views hardly suffered from his departure. This format is successful and easy to produce, but after over a decade of doing this, Rich has had enough and seeks to produce higher quality content.
I want to do more high production value stuff. I actually have stuff in the pike behind the scenes. I talk about it somewhat in live streams, but I don't want to bring it up here because when it's ready, it's ready. I've learned to not overpromise.
No, cybersecurity was not my major. Like, the thing is once you start working, you'll bounce around to a bunch of different positions. So I had zero cybersecurity background before I was in my current role.
And under-deliver.
Rich is rather unspecific about his projects, but he does say he wants to create evergreen content, or videos that windows of interest are not dated. The fatal mistake was that he was killing his main channel by slowing down the legacy news content without testing any of this evergreen content to know if his format would even succeed.
Yeah, that's how you have to, like, transition your content, is you have to sprinkle in the new content while you're uploading your old content, and then slowly start to, like, you know, I guess move more towards primarily producing the new type while still, like, phasing out your older style of content and hoping that your audience transfers between one to the other. But Rich just decided, yep, no more news, evergreen content, and it was a massive failure because, yeah, no shit.
And then months went by. There was nothing but his typical uploads at a slower rate. But he did have another announcement, a shout out to a different project.
Upload to shout out my other music channel where I upload hip-hop records that I produce. God, I couldn't sound any more corny saying that, but no, I'm not kidding.
Rich's music channel, El Capo, is not popular. The rudimentary AI art would be off-putting to a typical user. Rich is spreading himself thin and is aimless. If he wanted to succeed and remain on the platform, he would not be doing this. At the very least, he will be creating the high production content he speaks so much of. The fact of the matter is, channels on YouTube can die as fast as they rise. And for Rich to throw away a surefire way to remain relevant or entertaining on the platform is dangerous.
Or just to make money in general. Like, shit. Brendan Lucero with the 5. Would digital marketing be a good field to get in? It's very crowded. So it's not a bad field to be in, but it's extremely competitive. And it's extremely optimized too. So people in poorer countries that can work for less can do your job, and that's the problem. But yeah, it's a very, very crowded field because everybody wants to do it.
Not just for the money, but because, for the most part, he was in control. There is a space for Rich to continue to exist online without the need to create new videos. And that would be in the same vein as creators like Boogie2988 or Wings of Redemption. These are creators that have long lost their original supportive audiences and have them replaced with viewers who mock and troll them without end. These are known as lolcows, and Rich was quickly on the path to exist only as one, especially when entering needless feuds like he did with Does It Play at the end of 2023. This all started from this video.
If you're lucky, you may just get an unfinished version of the game that might be playable but broken. A lot of times you get these games home.
Rich was making the argument that current-day games are all released as a broken mess that require immediate patches in order to exist in a playable state. The same day of this video's release, Rich streamed and was challenged on this premise.
Does it play?
Being able to have something to always protect myself with this Byrna allows me to have that peace of mind no matter.
Right here, they're real. And let me show you one else.
Does It Play is a website that tests whether games play in their unaltered state, meaning offline playability. Rich was now displeased with them because someone with 2 likes on Twitter challenged Rich on a statement about games being unplayable without patches. His major grievance was that Does It Play was one of those 2 likes.
Name a game, Does It Play, that you get from the store that there is not a multi-gigabyte update for. Go right now and get me one. That's from this current generation.
Rich, in his confidence, bet money that he was correct.
I'll pay them $2,000.
Oh my god.
$2,000. Get a game from the store.
Dude, there's definitely games that fall into that category. What the fuck? That's a stupid bet. Nintendo games for one.
Does It Play that doesn't require an update?
Rich added the circumstance that it had to be a AAA game. But even so, his loss was...
I don't think Super Mario Wonder had like a fucking multi-gigabyte update. The fuck?
Set. Just a day later, Does It Play responded with Super Mario RPG. Rich was prompted to retort, now arguing that the game industry is full of important day one patches. But that was not the argument. Quickly, other creators jumped in, correcting Rich. The responses were getting far more likes than Rich's own posts. As Rich kept tweeting, the responses were growing in numbers and virtually only against him. It was only on his stream later that night, after an hour debate from a guest arguing on behalf of Does It Play, Rich admits defeat.
So, here, on the 4th of each month, today's the 3rd, you'll pay $2,000. There you go.
This is where it should have ended, but already Rich was tweeting about a big surprise video, ruining the surprise with another tweet stating, quote, "Meh, at Does It Play 1 was wrong about this. It's all good, the money went to a good cause," unquote. This was in response to Jay's tweet, claiming that Super Mario RPG does have a game-breaking bug. Seeing Rich's discontent in what should have been
a game-breaking bug? But that's not a multi-gig update, if it is.
Settled situation, Does It Play tweeted at Rich additional examples that fit his criteria. Rich tweeting, quote, "Yeah, but you used the Mario RPG as an example to make me quote-unquote fork over the money. And it has a game-breaking bug that Nintendo is putting out an emergency patch for. Hopefully my phone
yeah, but it's not multi-gigs.
Can allow you to not make a crucial mistake like this again. Glad I got to support your cause," unquote. Tweet after tweet, response after response, Rich only dug himself in deeper. What goodwill he regained by donating the promised money was quickly being lost, and then he posted the video addressing it.
Hello everybody, I'm a proud Does It Play $2,000 financial supporter. And there are games that don't need updates, but the one they showed, they were wrong about, and that was Super Mario RPG. They said that, look, here's a AAA game that doesn't need an update day one, it works right out of the box. Except for the fact that it has a game-breaking bug, Super Mario RPG.
The top comment of this video disputes Rich's statement about it being a game-breaking bug, as it is still very much completable without an update. Even so, Does It Play provided other examples that went unchallenged. For these reasons, all the top comments were against Rich. Quote, "Rich is way too into internet drama for a man his age. As a longtime fan of your content, Rich, this video could have honestly stayed in the drafts. Been watching your videos for years. This is easily the most embarrassing thing you put out, and I'm saying that to a guy who gets high and takes his shirt off on stream," unquote. The last comment was not even commentary on only this situation, it was on Rich as a whole. Rich's streams only seem to be poisoned by his gimmicks, like the frequent use of a soundboard that's mainly used for this applause sound.
So anyway, there's a new Lolcow podcast. Starring me. Let me go.
Dude, that fucking soundboard just makes my skin crawl every single time I hear it.
This real quick. I promise I won't spam the applause. I know I'm overdoing it.
Does It Play ended up refunding Rich's money without his consent announced by this tweet. Quote, "Unfortunately, due to reasons unknown to us, we have found ourselves in the middle of a bit of a social media drama we clearly shouldn't have engaged with." Unquote. This is how Rich's 2023 was ended. Even so, 2024 was off to a much worse start. Rich's channel wasn't just dying, it was also being prepared for a feast, with the predators he thought he was toying with lying in wait.
And if anyone is responsible for Phil pressing the eject button, it's you fucking weirdos. And it's not the whole detractor community. A lot of them like me. But there is a portion that despise me. Because you know what it is, Jay. Jay's watching, my editor. They have channels that are dedicated to Phil. What's going to be the topic now?
Rich has a history of talking about lolcows.
Like, yes, I talk about Phil in 90% of my streams.
In this situation, Rich is proposing that a consequence of an upcoming documentary on the infamous creator Darkside Phil by documentarian Mike Klum would be that the detractors of Phil will need to slow their production of content down or they discourage Phil from dropping the project. Engaging in this conversation with detractors of Phil is a terrible idea for a multitude of reasons. First is that as Rich criticizes Phil, it becomes apparent that many of his criticisms are also applicable to himself. Second, he is engaging and antagonizing trolls. Third, his channel is on a steep decline, with his typical viewers appearing less and less, and more trolls gaining interest in Rich. Their voices grow louder, and so does their control of him.
I know there's some people who exist, they hate Phil to an unhealthy degree.
That is true.
They're just as bad, if not worse, than Phil's dents. And they're like so caught up in their hatred of him.
Yeah, like the guy that fucking social engineered Phil's fucking, social security number and listened to hours worth of bank, like, automated messages in order to piece together 6 months of financial records. Like, yeah, that type of person is completely fucking unhinged. And much worse than Phil himself. But, yeah, that's a given. Anyone who obsesses that much over another person on the internet is obviously fucking batshit crazy. I don't know, bro. Like, it's not very easy to defend those types of trolls at all.
I wouldn't even fucking realize it.
That watermark,
yeah, the pre-authorized transaction
mania, is from a troll channel that is known as Snort Hogan that mainly covers Darkside Phil. Now Snort Hogan has his talons sunk in on Rich, re-uploading Rich's stream segments that have him speaking on trolls. And though some of Rich's words ring true, they are being twisted intentionally by the inflammatory title of the video to both garner the attention of Rich and drive opposition towards him. And it worked.
I told you! I goddamn told you! And all of you cried like bitches. You're more of dents than Phil's dents. Cry. Cry hard, Snort Hogan. Cry hard, Cult of Hate. Keep crying, because I was right and you were wrong. Kiss my fucking ring and bow before me, you motherfuckers.
Rich,
yeah, kiss my fucking ring and bow before me.
In this video was celebrating that he was correct, that Phil did indeed cancel the Mike Klum documentary. But that wasn't particularly insightful, being that most saw this as the likely case anyways. What matters is that Rich was growing ever more restless and combative with the trolls. This clip alone
would a 40-year-old man, keep in mind,
appear in every one of Snort Hogan's videos from now on. But this was only the start.
You lost how many subs?
I lost about
100?
200 people.
From what? And
Twitter.
Also
the loss of his followers was likely from this Twitter space that he hosted.
The only thing I will admit, because I have to admit when I'm wrong, is I overestimated that there was going to be a troll war. Okay, I'll take that L. But even down to the fact that the trolls blamed me, which I screen capped, for him canceling the Mike Klum documentary.
Rich was on a warpath.
So, some of Phil's dented detractors have said to me, today is the day of God. How could you be so mean on the day of God? So I said to myself, you know what? I will say a prayer. Lord Jesus, please pray for these lost souls. and tell them to come suck my dick.
Detractor Dents, they're different than detractors, for giving me a healthy amount of good, solid content for Jay and I this evening.
I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't have the whole side scrollers arc in here too, where, you know, Rich was like,
"You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!"
Or,
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast. You fucking cuck. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck. And don't be a fucking pussy, because you're a bigoted asshole too. Fuck you.
no, he's mocking religion in that clip. He didn't believe in it. Infamous Fool with the 5. Here's a good soundboard clip. Let's see what it is. What the fuck? I can do a more convincing one than that, but we already got one. When he sees Quantum TV, bro.
So well, first off, I'm going to start off with an apology. If you follow me on Twitter, you probably thought that I have lost my mind over the past 24 hours. I have not. It was by design. It was done to farm motherfucking dumbass pieces of shit for content, and congratulations.
That's right, it was all delivered.
Congratulations.
His 500
It cannot
IQ
be
play.
overstated how bad antagonizing Phil's detractors was at this time when his views were still going severely downhill. And now Rich was set in abandoning his channel's mainstay content altogether.
It has to die, Jay. The news has to die. It gotta go away. There's no one that could convince me out of it this time.
In February, he restated his commitment, stating that he wants to make video game retrospectives.
I'm actually joined today by Jay. He's my editor, and those will be projects from, not to sound corny, from the heart. I don't want to hire outside script writers. I want it to be from us.
At this point in time, Rich has made more videos brainstorming what he wants to make than the actual videos he wants to make. This is never a good sign, and Jay, Rich's editor, saw what others did, and so Jay continued to try to convince him to keep doing the news videos. But Rich did not relent, and things went from bad to catastrophic.
Listen, I'll end it with this. My fat ass will go fucking bankrupt getting the prettiest suit. I will go there with a smile on, because you know what?
There is an absolute shitstorm coming out right now.
It'll destroy your reputation, and I'll get publicity out of it because a giant pussy from Canada wanted to sue me because his feelings were hurt. Like, you come here.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
As it was coming out, late February, Jay was no longer working for Rich, and his firing was far from amicable. 8-Bit Eric, a relatively small channel, was covering this situation as it was evolving in Jay's Discord. And just as Rich had done to Big Cheese, he was making Facebook posts cryptically talking about the situation.
From Richard on his Facebook, it says, "I need to be able to afford my rent. Proceeds to buy parts to upgrade the gaming PC I gave him, and dude got paid by me on top of that. I guess money magically floated out of thin air. Miracles do happen. Man, oh man, get fucked, my boy."
Rich deleted that post and apologized, but in that same apology, he still belittles Jay.
Richard comes out and says, "You know what? I deleted the post. Instead of making a public shit show, may the best man win. And by best man, I mean I'll win. I do better without parasites attached to me anyway."
This was quickly gaining attention, and there are a lot of smaller supports that build up this falling out. Though it appeared sudden, there were a few reasons Rich was combative. On Rich's side, he was annoyed that Jay did not want to create shorts for Rich's streaming channel. The reason Jay refused was because of lack of direction in this request. Rich's streams are full of dead air and generally lack substance. To ask Jay to scrub multi-hour long streams for usable clips, it did not win him over. but that was while Jay was still employed. There were also elements around the firing, like that the firing came from a text message and that Jay was fired on his birthday. There was also the matter of the retainer. As Jay stated, they had a deal in the case that Jay was fired that he would be owed a full month's pay. Rich initially did not want to honor this.
I put this in place because he was a nightmare to work with and unreliable at times. When he was told that he would have to pay me this, he said I was extorting, and he paid me half, leaving me in shock. He then brought the PC, which wasn't a gift. It was meant for me to work on his show and bring in money for both of us.
Rich had very recently given Jay a PC, though it was clear that this was for work. Rich was using this as leverage to not commit to the payment he was promised. What's also interesting about this...
Yeah, it's just like... It was like $500. Like, again, a very small amount of money. Like, everything that comes down to, like, money with Rich is, like, his downfall in a lot of cases. Like, Big Cheese, his editor, what was the other one? Fuck. Shit. I guess the graphics card. Fuck, there was another one, too. I can't remember because my fucking retarded ass already forgot. Oh, the charity. The fucking charity scam. Well, not really a scam, but yeah, when he said he would donate to charity, he got so pissed off when people held him accountable for that. You know, the Patreon membership stream, like, it's always money. It's always money. It's interesting. And it's not even like large amounts either in the grand scheme of things. And it's all stuff that he openly offered to do in the first place.
Peter, is that Rich cared so little about it initially that he was going to give it away to Darkside Phil.
So I'm literally still looking at the computer right now. Eventually, I have a friend, another friend up in Canada. I'm going to give it to.
The reason Jay got the PC was because Darkside Phil refused it, possibly fearing that it may have spyware. This escalated well into March. On March 5th, Jay tweeted, quote, "I want to say that yesterday Rich sent me a bunch of really terrible audio messages that made it clear how he feels. I am done. I can't deal with nonsense anymore. I've been worried how this will look for him. I didn't want to have to say anything again, but I am done trying to help him." Unquote. In a different tweet, Jay stated that he wasn't going to read them, but to ask Rich to play them on his show. Jay then tweets that he is done with the situation once more.
Since it's out there, you know what, Jay? I'll play the messages.
Do you realize how much damage you not getting a $500 when you've gotten so much extra from me throughout the years?
There's not much substance in these initially private voice messages. They recap the drama and include some belittlement of Jay. However, Rich was furious that Jay exposed their existence, and now having paid Jay the money owed, he saw it fit to go after him rather than let things die down. Here, Rich provides reasons why Jay was not the best employee, including the times he refused to make clips and shorts for the channel.
You got paid to basically sit on your ass. Now, there are times I've made you wait with my terrible time management, and I will own that. But again, you stayed. How many times did I give you extra shit, extra money?
Rich played his hand. This is all he had against Jay.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to block him and move on.
This was a lie. Though Rich lacked ammunition, he sought to continue the feud.
You're the sidekick everywhere you go. That's not jealousy saying that. When you used to sit there and sound like your balls were getting grabbed. JKB back with another video.
JKB back with another episode, and today on the show, I'm gonna get raped. I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, his intro is cringe as fuck. Won the cash with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man.
Couldn't cut it. That's why you became my editor. You got paid to basically sit on your ass. Now, there are times I've made you wait with my terrible time management. Now, dude, I admit all the fucking time when I'm in the wrong with stuff. All the time. I eat crow all the time when I fuck up. I'm not admitting it with this one. The heights I'm going to go to, because this is put a fire under my ass like you wouldn't believe, are going to be incredible.
This drama was coming out during Rich's worst performing month this year so far. But Jay also wasn't done, because he did a podcast breaking down what happened.
So let's get this straight. He said I'm a parasite. Then he made a stream about it and said, I stand by what I said. And then days later, he apologized. He said, I shouldn't have done that. And now where are we at? I don't even know, because it's like being on a roller coaster that spins. I don't even know what direction we're in when it comes to what he's talking about.
As poorly as Rich continued to handle this, there were moments where Jay prodded Rich, excusing these prods as jokes. Like when he made a channel called Review Tech Canada after being fired. This channel was removed after a day. Being that Rich has had various detractor channels that follow him intently that are spin-offs of his channel's name, this could be seen as a strike at Rich. There was also the firing on his birthday that, while accurate, was getting the criticism that he was victimizing himself.
And it was supposed to be like a public
Yeah,
joke
I will say that he was definitely milking the fucking sympathy, but, you know, whatever. He's within his rights to do it, but he definitely was playing the fucking victim way too much for my liking, personally.
People went, oh, he's Review Tech Canada for a day or whatever on his YouTube channel. I changed it literally for like 20 hours. My first stream was called I'm Fired on My Birthday, which is what technically happened. You know, and it was a joke.
In the overall picture, it did not matter because Rich was far more aggressive and a dam was beginning to leak. As Rich previously brought forward all reasons why Jay should be disliked, users were finding more and more reasons why Rich should be felled. This was becoming a rabbit hole as one event was hooked to another, and slowly his controversial history was being dug up, like this podcast that he did with Jay.
How many times did he bring up people hate him?
Yeah,
you know, during the streams. Constantly. He in the last, like, I'd say 6 months, if you go back, he was proud of the fact that people didn't like him. And when we would stream together, and this is something I never talked about, he had Ethan Ralph's ex-wife on the show, quote unquote.
This was an event that happened just 2 months ago in
Yeah,
the
but
period
don't
that
talk
Jay and
about
Rich
his
still streamed
family.
Together, when the alleged ex-wife of a controversial creator was interviewed. Naturally, it was a troll that strung Rich along for nearly 30 minutes. The troll then linked the call to a different troll that Rich willingly accepted.
Did you ever see that time where because you kept mentioning the hard R before, did you ever see when he was talking about the hard R?
Yes.
It meant something different when he said it.
Yeah, that was that the video you're talking about?
You know that hard R means, well, I don't want to say it, but.
Well, we said rape before.
Yeah, okay, so I can say it? Are you saying I can say it?
Yeah, you could say
You're
it.
giving me the pass? Hard R means...
The troll goes on to say the enemy...
Like, bruh. Really? Oh my god.
Word and Rich and Jay fully understand the situation they were in. More of these moments that make Rich a fool would come to light if he continued this crusade. And it seemed that Rich was fully committed to do so as he announced he would be on the podcast Locale Live, but then walked it back soon after.
We're doing a video on my channel and we're both going to be candid. We're going to be professional, we're going to be civil, no one's going to yell. Yeah, I'm not going to do the Locale podcast. This is better. Not going to go on there.
This video did not come, and the truce lasted only 4 days.
That's a clever troll,
It was this tweet
yeah.
of Jay's that possibly reignited the flame, stating that he was going to do an interview with Darkside Phil, but it was going to be a positive one because he was sick of all the negativity. Rich sought to ruin this opportunity by exposing the time Jay talked negatively about Phil. Rich then went on to tweet that Jay tried to extort him over the phone, but being that it wasn't recorded, there is no existing proof. Jay then responded to Rich, and this soon became back and forth. Rich stated that his channel would outperform Jay's a year from now, and Jay responded by saying that Rich has a clear advantage, while adding that he would not recommend working for Rich. This ended with Jay calling Rich a crazy ex, and also calling him by a nickname, Dickie. Just like the fake ex-wife Rich interviewed, this was also a nugget into Rich's humiliating history. Specifically, this old video of Rich talking about one of his prior jobs where a strung-out coworker gave him a disparaging nickname.
He continues on and
Dickers.
goes, even better. Even better. I'm going to call you Dickers. You are Dickers!
Because of the resurfacing of this nickname, Dickers is what detractors of Rich would...
That is a funny ass nickname, though.
Derisively referred to him as. In retaliation to Jay's tweet, Rich finally went on the Locale Live podcast where he breaks down the situation.
What I'm saying is, when I hear your point of view, I'm on your side. I would really like Jay to get here to hear Jay's point of view on this, but
I would love him here too.
Everything that I'm hearing, I have to side with Rich.
Though Keemstar points out that Jay was not present to deliver his point of view, he does side with Rich. And with Rich now feeling justified and victorious, he makes it abundantly clear that he is done with the Jay drama, even considering the times he said he was done before, to then only jump back in.
I am going to say to people, please refer to this, whatever episode this is. That's it. Like, I don't want to talk about him anymore. I don't want to, like, I'm done. Like, yeah, I know I've went back and forth out of anger.
Rich also reveals a few details of this upcoming high-quality project that is supposed to set the tone for the future of his channel.
It's a retrospective on the industry and how it's fucked right now, and it's about 40 minutes long, and I, to the best of my ability, tried to make it like as close as I can.
Industry as in like YouTube, or like industry like
gaming, how it's changed and how the industry right now is like in limbo, kind of like me. And it's fucked, and I kind of just go and I just went balls deep into it. So it's like 40 minutes long.
His description of this project was very broad, but that wasn't what Rich was talking about.
Yeah, this video was terrible. I don't think we ever watched it on stream, but I did watch it in my own time, and it was not good at all.
Now on his stream.
Dude, I was on the Locale podcast today. I put the final nail in Jay's fucking live streaming career. I'm feeling pretty good, actually. No, it'll never be worked out. We will never be friends again.
Rich, still in this high, now challenges 8-Bit Eric.
I ruined one career. Let me ruin another one. You're trying to hurt my fucking career, so come on the show. Let's see if I can go 2 for 2 today.
Oops.
8-Bit Eric responds the same day, confused at Rich's challenge.
You said sorry to me. You sent me an apology. Apology didn't mean jack, because look how you're acting. It's a cycle. You need help.
It is a cycle.
All right?
Perhaps this is a mental lapse, though Rich doesn't seem to think so.
You're right. I have to admit, because I'll be no better than I do need help. Cycle. I have more issues now. I've always had issues, I'll admit it. I have more issues now, especially after the events that happened. And it does reflect in things.
The cherry on top was Rich's reason for feeling vindicated was his appearance on Locale Live. But that was not even uploaded officially to their channel.
I forgot the episode isn't up yet. A lot of you don't understand. I'm sorry.
There was at least a few days of silence. This could have ended here, but then Jay, on his live stream, received a donation from what appeared to be at first glance.
Bro, this shit was so fucking funny. The Michelle So Gucci. Like, why did he send $35 as well, too, man?
A random fan.
Hey, Jay. I love the show and think you're doing a great job. However, I think it's disingenuous that you said that Rich copied your humor. Why lie?
Yeah, I didn't lie. I don't know about the part. I never said that Rich stole my humor. I said that Rich and I developed all the humor together.
Jay is suspicious about this donation, likely looked at the PayPal address, which confirmed his suspicions.
Are you kidding me? Okay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Jay, in disbelief that Rich would do something this stupid, held off on informing his audience and streamed as usual until he was interrupted by another donation.
Why did you not go on a show with Rich when Rich went on the Loco podcast? He's awful. But if you had nothing to hide, why evade going on a stream with him? You went on a podcast. Wouldn't it be better to clear the air with him there?
And then another.
Oh, brother.
And another.
Maybe you won't come on a stream because you have a lot to hide.
Bruh.
Oh, man. White Lando says, I wonder who that actually is. And somebody else says, people have no life.
Fucking picture, bro. Oh my god. No, he was so dumb, he forgot that Streamlabs tells you the PayPal information of the person who donates to you. So, like, if I had a Streamlabs link, it basically just creates a PayPal transaction, which PayPal gives the name, email address, and location of the person receiving and sending the money to either party. So he can literally see that it's Rich's PayPal sending him the money. It's just on Streamlabs, he entered the name Michelle Soguchi to appear when the donation pops up on stream. So the PayPal transaction shows who really sent the money, but the Streamlabs dono does not.
Anyways, this was brought to the attention of Rich, who then openly admitted those came from him.
If I wanted to, you know, say something, I wanted to be a sexy lady. Enjoy the money,
Michelle.
Jake. That's all you got to worry about.
This was all happening while Rich was killing his channel. He had very few allies, and even the locale podcast that he thought vindicated him were not so supportive.
Dude, his show is garbage. So I'll click on it every once in a while to see what's going on, right? And every time I'm on there, he's playing with his boobs, and he's got chickens, and he's making gay jokes.
That's pretty accurate, in all honesty. You know, he's like,
My mother twisted my fucking balls as part of the abuse, and she twisted my balls and my dick.
same energy, man. The typical RTU stream, only he's doing the tipple twitting.
Like, I'm gonna fuck my editor. Like, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass, and it's gonna feel. It's like, what? What is going on?
For the fifth month in a row, his views were on a fast decline. What was meant to bring them up was his high-quality video that he had been promoting for several months
that
now.
shit was bad.
It was unfortunate it released on April 1st. These are the first 14 seconds of the video with absolutely no alteration made.
Ban Amber Heard's turd, please.
Try to relax your anus. It's time to talk about my man history.
This nearly 40-minute long video that was his gaming retrospective was a phenomenally terrible video.
Yep.
It is presented as Rich's retrospective.
Fucking Netflix quality. I mean, maybe like the shitty Netflix series quality, but bro, yeah, the video was an absolute disaster. It was so boring.
But Rich was not anyone prominent in the gaming environment, nor introspective. So for him to select himself as the porthole already severely limits interest and relatability, as it makes it largely about himself. On that note, it is full of inside jokes and clips that, even when understood, do nothing but interrupt the video. The pacing is also entirely off. Instead of an intro or hook, it opens with a disorienting mess of sound effects and commercials. His tone throughout was unconfident and confused. It also has detractive full-length ads of the products he was talking about, not to mention his own cutaways.
Oh yeah.
The comments were all criticizing this work. Quote, I had to make sure I wasn't signed into Netflix. This man hyped up his video saying it would be 40 minutes long, and most of it is just trailers to make a 5-minute video longer. I think this video was way overhyped. I thought we were gonna get an actual video essay with a solid script and good editing. This only feels like a regular RTU rambling video, but longer and some random clips. Unquote. Rich's video was not entirely without value. It still provided a decent amount of entertainment, just not in the way he anticipated.
Read this one, man. That's a great one.
I can see why you had an editor before, because this is a rough cut at best, and honestly, you being high out of your mind is extremely distracting.
That was from the Kino Casino live stream, segments of which are uploaded to their Clips channel on YouTube. As Rich's channel was dying, his own videos were fighting a losing battle against various channels tearing him down. Searching ReviewTechUSA now will return some of his videos, but mostly the Kino Casino clips and Snort Hogan's own videos.
I'm gonna call you Dickers. You!
He gets get called Dickers every day at work. You're Dickers.
Imagine telling this story when you got pressed.
The dam finally broke all at once. The Kino Casino was resurfacing the Big Cheese drama. Rich's doxing, the new egg fiasco, the times his mother interrupted his stream, theories about his weight loss, his falling out with Jay, all of his history and more, like his dating profile, even looking into when his Discord server had an NSFW section, and a user uploaded imagery that wasn't taken down.
He shows, hey, like 4 years ago, the mods were added about this and they swept up the lolicon. And he asks, why did you keep lolly on your public channel, Rich, for years?
Additionally, there was this video of Rich shouting in a mall to win an online spat.
All right, everybody, I'm spreading the breaking news that the quartering is a giant pussy in public. So here we go. Here we go. Hello, everybody. I have breaking news. The quartering is a giant pussy. Thank you.
Oh my
That's all.
god.
The Kino Casino was covering Rich's history and watching his live streams heavily during the month of
Pitiful.
April. As it turned out, Rich was watching them as well.
Oh, but wait.
So was he...
Did he have it open by accident?
I think he had it open by accident, and then our stream started playing.
No way.
Like our pre-stream.
That is her. He had her stream open, bro. You're right.
The importance of this catch was that both Rich's stream and the Kino Casinos were live simultaneously. The Kino Casino dug up some minor drama and titled their stream ReviewTechUSA Exposed. Rich, likely seeing this, decided to address what he thought the drama was. A miscalculation that opened up a can of worms no one knew about but him.
Yep, he completely self-exposed. They were going to talk about something completely different.
All of a sudden, I'm looking in Dropbox, and if you have the Dropbox app, for those of you who are familiar, you see like the recent, you know, whether it be apps or files that you've been using, and I'm like, why the f am I seeing pictures of my ex's other kids?
What Rich just admitted was that his Dropbox was recently hacked. The hack was of Canadian origin. Within that Dropbox were images of his ex's kids in bikinis, but it was set up in that way because they all had a shared account. Rich verifies the story by calling who he claims to be his ex-wife.
Quick question for you. As you're sleeping, those pictures in my Dropbox, why are they there?
Because my kids used to upload their phones to our Dropbox.
Before they sold them, correct?
Yeah. Before they trade them back in.
Okay, that's all. Go back to sleep.
As these streams are going on, suddenly the pieces are falling into place as to why Rich decided to come forward with the existence of these photos.
We had Rich exposed literally about something completely different, and he thought he was hacked. He was using a VPN that had Saint Sue Marie apparently or some shit on the VPN, and he thought we went through his Dropbox.
How stupid is this guy?
I don't know.
There were many theories crafted that were not generous in explaining why those photos were on there. The facts are that in May 2024, Review Tech was at its lowest point in over 10 years. It is a dead channel. This is not drawn from its decline or speculation of its future. ReviewTechUSA is a dead channel because on May 21st, 2024, Rich posted this goodbye video.
I'm over what at least ReviewTechUSA was. I did this for over a decade. I got to sit in front of a camera.
Yeah, there was like porn gifs and BBC shit in the same folder too, which Jay confirmed, so very sus.
Be an idiot for a living.
Rich in this video also explained he had some...
Because if it was just a phone backup folder, the folder for the phone would be completely separate from like his personal storage. Because then if you tried to back up the phone, you would get all of the files that Rich had on there as well.
Personal, possibly family-related things he was dealing with last month. As for his channel, he reiterates that he is tired of the news and is giving up on it, but will post every now and then if something catches his interest. His efforts going forward will be in live streaming and his music production, but it was not even an entire 24 hours later that he posted another news video. Here he excuses his immediate comeback as a contractual obligation for a sponsor. None of the top comments are discussing the subject of the video, but rather Rich's short-lived goodbye. This is not the first time this happened. Even barring all the videos Rich has made, stating that he is seeking to make a different form of content, in 2022, in response to YouTube's inaction of Quantum TV, Rich tweeted he is, quote, officially retiring from making
with his fucking pride flag profile picture.
Conventional videos on ReviewTechUSA. YouTube has made it abundantly clear that my kind of content either has to be heavily censored or is no longer welcome on the platform, unquote. This did not last, and he returned. And as of June 2024, Rich and Jay have made up once again. ReviewTechUSA is hovering around 300,000 views for the past 30 days. It has been abandoned. Though Rich can still be found on his streaming channel RTU Streams, where he streams intoxicated. Like all creators that stream, his audience is drawn closer to him, therefore increasing the interactions between him and his building detractor base. Everything in the past 10 years has been building up to this moment. From Rich's controversial past that serves as a base for the hate, to the killing of his channel which provides discovery to detractor channels, and the tragedies in his personal life that have skyrocketed his anxiety, which has him responding both impulsively and angrily. Rich has now completed his transition, not to how he wanted to see himself as a respected content creator that creates long-form passion projects that are beloved, but as a laughingstock that constantly shifts in his intentions, how he views his relationships, and how he sees his future, that is hard to see as anything but grim.
His transition, that's right. Absolutely. Yep, Keemstar is in pretty much every single internet drama. There's my comment. Justice for Big Cheese. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, I guess we can watch this now. Apparently this is his editor's response to the video. Which I'm no fan by any means, but...
And when we got some of those tech videos together, we did an amazing job together, doing those together. I'm not going to say like, oh, I did everything. You know, he did his work.
Here, let me read these real quick. So, May 1st burst of the 5 Xbox are hoping that Crafton won't support Tango. Xbox literally closed them. How's that for... Yeah, exactly. It's massive cope, man. Massive cope. And 04 Alphatron with the 2, I'm rich. That's rich. I'm guessing that's anger. Right? The phases of emotions. Or whatever the hell it's supposed to be.
I did my work. At this point in time, again, it's redundant to talk about the same thing over and over and over. So it's difficult for me, and I've told him this directly, that yeah, there's a few things that he said to me, or that happened, that I'm not like super happy about, and we're gonna get to some of the other stuff at the end, don't worry. But yeah. He says I sleep in Jay's bed on the weekends. Now I have to wash the sheets. You know, when everything started to take place, well, let me just say this. Watching the documentary actually was pretty... It bothered me, to be honest.
Yeah, dude, I would be... Especially those clips where Rich is like, yeah, especially Jay, thank you for helping me get 1,000 subs. Thank you for helping me get monetized. The only reason I would have a channel right now is because of 3 kilobytes and specifically Jay. Like, bro, especially after hearing all that shit and then how, like, Rich literally threw him under the bus so fucking hard because he's a lazy sack of shit that can't even talk into a microphone for 10 fucking minutes a day. You know, bro, yeah, I would have been pissed off too.
Like, seeing Rich say those things about me again, it got me pissed off. You know, he's here, he's watching. He knows this. He must know this. Seeing some of the stuff that Rich said about me and seeing how it was handled and stuff, we all, again, yes, I know I'm repeating and he knows that I'm repeating this, so I'm not happy about that stuff. And that's not something I'm going to just forget. So I want to make one thing clear here because so many people are asking. Are Rich and I best friends all of a sudden? No.
No.
Are Rich and I talking about doing streams together? I think what happened there was, at some point, him and I were saying, months ago, let's do some streams together again. Like, let's move on. Months ago, we said these things. He's here. He's watching right now, so we can clear this up. And this is not disrespecting him. This is just my personal preference. I think he might have said today, like, oh, we're going to still do that. But him and I haven't really talked about that for a long time. At least, and I'm being honest, I don't remember mentioning anything of that nature. I think we were going to do a stream together at some point to clear the air. That didn't happen. And then it might have, you guys know it was very confusing, even for me. So I think today is a good day to basically say that there's no way that I would want to work with Rich, and I don't think he'd want to work with me.
I don't blame you.
In terms of videos ever again, because some people were like, are you and Rich going to do videos again? No. I love what I do on here, and this is not a disrespect to him. He can go do whatever he wants. But I do not want to edit for anybody ever again. So that's number one.
Yeah, that's going to change if your streaming career falls off. Like, Jay is still in the phase of having that temporary boost of all the drama, but give it 6 months. I don't know if he's going to be keeping that same tune if the money stops flowing in from his live streams.
Number two, him and I had a conversation. So I know people are going to be mad, but him and I had a conversation. I told him that I'm not happy about what he said. He said what he said to me. We don't need to go into details. That doesn't mean I'm not, cordial with the guy. I mean, what people don't understand is this. Him and I known each other since 2010. It's not like just a work relationship. So it was a friendship, then it was a work relationship. That turned sour. That's why on Twitter the last couple of days or a week ago, I made some jokes and I made a comment that I miss the jokes that him and I did. That does not negate everything that happened. So let's just be clear about that. Him and I are not sending flowers to each other and holding hands and fucking baking cakes together. So I want to get that out of the way. I don't know how else to say this because I said it directly to Rich. I'm sure he's watching still. I'm not happy with what happened. You know, he says that it should have been off the internet. I kind of fucking agree with that. And at the end of the day, when I got hacked, Rich reached out to me directly and was like, what the fuck happened? And he basically said, I had nothing to do with that. So I took that as his statement that he had nothing to do with me being hacked. Now, because we had prior conversations months before that, the reason why he's saying we're quote unquote cool is because you can call it whatever you want to call it. He's using the word cool. I'm using it as we've moved on. It's the same thing in my own head. You can call us cool. You can call us moved on. The point is, I don't want to relive it every fucking day because it's not fun for me to do that. I didn't have fun watching him belittle me and yell at me and fucking say all this nonsense and then all back and forth. It wasn't fun for you guys who watch both of us. But here's the thing. I know I'm bringing it back up and saying that he said these things and blah, blah, blah. Guys, you have to understand, it's almost 6 months after the fact. I can't sit here and still hate the guy. Like, I don't hate him, but I'm also not looking to be his friend, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I wouldn't hate him, honestly. Like, obviously, you'd be pissed off if you lose your fucking job. That's natural, which is why Rich should have never fucking engaged, because Rich has literally raged against his former employers on his own channel. So him freaking out about the fact of somebody doing the exact same thing that he's done in the past is incredibly hypocritical. But yeah, no, what should have happened is Jay would have done his little pity party routine. Ooh, I got fired. Woe is me. People would have gotten sick of it. And if Rich would have been like, yep, I'm just changing the direction of my channel. I appreciate the work he did, but I'm going in a different direction now. Sure, he might have gotten some shit for it, but if that's all he said, it would have died down in a week or two. But instead, Rich goes fucking nuclear and starts like fucking subtweeting bitches on Facebook and, talking all sorts of shit and just blows the entire thing up in his face, making him look like a fucking asshole. So the way Rich handled this entire thing is absolutely abysmal. And Jay probably would have gotten over it a lot faster if Rich would have just kept his mouth shut, but good luck with that.
He's just a person that I used to know. We have memories together, and we had a discussion about it, and that's where it stands. I'm not phoning him and saying, let's fucking get together and hold hands.
Yeah, there is probably some sexual tension.
No plans to work with him, and there's no plans to stream together. I'm assuming he thinks that there was, but now I'm saying it out loud, and it's no disrespect to him. I just want to move on from it completely because it was a bad time for me, and I just don't want anything to do with it. So that's my statement on that part of the documentary. It's pointless to bring up all the negativity from that documentary. If you want to go see the doc, I'm sure somebody could post it somewhere. You can go watch it. So there's other parts of this that I will explain. So number one, when the computer was sent to me.
Ew, hold on, guys. I got to show you this. That's gross, man. Actually, let me just copy the link. Apparently, YouTube just changed their play buttons again. These new ones look horrible, bro. They're cheaping out so hard nowadays. The broke button? Yeah, pretty much. Like, look at this. These are the new play buttons. Literally just a fucking little, like, piece of metal. Like, it's not even a plaque anymore. It's, like, literally just a fucking small rectangle. That's it. That's your play button for hitting 100K. And then there's your play button for hitting 1 million. What a fucking joke, bro. Like, you make YouTube tens of thousands of dollars a month in some cases, and they can't even spare, you know, $50 to make a decent reward. Pretty pitiful.
It was supposed to go to Phil, apparently. At least that's what he said in the video. It came to me. We all know what happened with that situation. So now let me jump forward to the hacking situation and how Rich is involved with it. And I'm just being 100% honest. I haven't talked to Rich about this part.
Oh, yeah, the original play buttons look great because they were super uncommon. That's why.
The IP address that was listed on that computer was shown on one of his streams. Did he do it on purpose? I don't think he did. Obviously, I don't think.
Nah, he wasn't as much of a parasite as Rich made him out to be in the beginning. Because apparently Jay was researching the topics, writing the scripts for Rich, you know, editing the audio, editing the video, doing the thumbnail, doing the metadata, and actually uploading the videos. Rich literally just had to read the fucking shit that Jay gave him and talk into a camera for 10 minutes.
I think he did, but I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure he'll message me or somebody will say that. But the IP address to that computer was shown around the time when he asked people to get dirt on me. And that still bothers me to this day, obviously. And I'll follow that up with saying that due to the investigation that we did on the PC, without getting into super details, Rich has denied it, and I accept that. Fine, he didn't do it. That's 100% fine. I will say this live for the first time ever. IP address came from New York State. So somebody logged in.
That's fucking weird, man. So the IP address that accessed his computer remotely came from New York. That seems a little too sus to be a coincidence.
Into that computer from a New York State IP address into the PC. Is there a possibility it has something to do with the Dropbox? There's a possibility. There's no way to prove any of this stuff. I'm not saying it was Rich. I'm saying that I have solid 110% proof, and Serial Vapus can come over and look at it himself and show you guys. So I have a second party person. I'll get my roommate to show it. I'll get fucking Justin to show it if we need to show it. But an IP address logged into that computer from New York City. I looked into it. Obviously, I made a police report when I was getting death threats and when my account was hacked. The police department took all information, and including Rich's information. I don't know if they ever contacted him. I have no idea what's going on with that. Due to the fact that it wasn't a lot of money, they basically said to me, like, we can take the report in, and when it comes to getting doxxed or getting a death threat against you, if anything comes through the department, somebody calls in and says, hey, Jay's up in the fucking church with a gun, they're going to call me first. So that's all that did. Now, I will say this as well. I was contacted from New York by the police in New York. And there was conversations between police in New York City and me sitting here in Canada. So that's ongoing as well. So I'm being completely open with you guys when it comes to that situation. The hacking situation is not over by any means. Rich says he had nothing to do with it. I highly believe him. I don't know how he would have anything to do with it. However, there was a stream where my IP address was on the stream. So I don't know what to say about that. I'm just being 100% honest. The time frame doesn't look great because somebody obviously saw it on there and took it off there. That stream, I believe, is not on his page anymore. Again, it was on the background when he was showing Dropbox stuff, I'm assuming. With you guys again. And
the darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like I was losing interest in the things I love.
Oh my god.
So,
how could you, man?
Let's open the floor to that. Ask me anything. This is the last time I'm going to fucking do it. I swear on Duty Stream's life, on my mom's life, on Murray's life, on Zelda's life. I'm so over this. The only thing I will say at the end of that statement is the fucking PC is still sitting here, and it is going to be absolutely ripped apart down to the fucking kilobytes. Get it? We're going to fucking, that thing is going to be forensically inspected. And when I say forensically inspected, you know what I mean. It's not me turning the computer on like a jackass and going, what happened on this PC? I mean forensically inspected. It takes time to do that, and that's why it's still sitting here. So, let's turn this back on. Let me answer some of these. I appreciate all of these, man, that came through here. So Hulk Hogan's Giant Taint's been a member for 5 months. Thank you for that, man. How big's your penis? Well, you know this. You know the answer.
Sexy Coco.
So basically, Kino Casino approached me.
Looks like his
so this is
sex effect. What's crazy is he's older than Rich, too, which is pretty funny.
Happened. Rich made the statements about the Dropbox, okay? I got that computer in February, as you guys know. Rich, I'm pretty sure Rich knows this story. In February, and I'm not saying this to bash Rich. I just want to be clear about that. You know, he sent me the computer and it had shit ton of his files on it, right? I didn't go all in those files. Only thing I was worried about is if I was deleting any of the master files from like the RTU assets folders. That's it. You know, there was like photos and music files on his desktop, you know, because he makes music. So at the time, the Dropbox was attached to the desktop as a folder. I opened that folder back in February and it was just a folder. I didn't know what the fuck it was because I just got the PC. I've been a Mac user forever. You guys know I've edited on that. I've never used Dropbox in my life on PC. We use Google Drive. So I didn't know that you could turn it into an icon on the desktop and just make it look like that. So basically, and I'll say this once again, because this is what happened. And I will also say that I told somebody.
Nah, the Michelle Soguchi that comes on this stream is somebody else. Unfortunately, it's not Rich himself.
Directly after the fact, because when Rich said that his Dropbox was quote unquote hacked and that there was those, that shit was in there, I know for 100% fact that what he's talking about and what he said was in the Dropbox. Because when I opened it, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I opened like a maximum of 2 files and I realized that it was a backup of what he said it was. I'm not, you know, we already know what it was. Now, again, I'm just confirming and I'm saying what was in there. I didn't go through the whole fucking drive. You know, there's a million folders. I'm friends with him at the time. I don't go through it and check it all. I do, however, click another file and it's essentially, like I said before, this like little porn fucking GIF. You can call it porn. You could call it a sex meme. I know now what it is, but that was in that spot. So there was like 2 of them. And I never thought, oh, this is fucking weird or any of that. So then I told One's 2 cents, I asked One's 2 cents, and he'll back me up right now in the chat. How the fuck do I get rid of all of this stuff on the PC? Because he's going to help me clear it out. So I said, oh, there's like stupid shit here, like jokes. And there's like backups of his, like, I guess his I don't know, his ex. iPhone. One's will come on here and back me up on this one. I said, how do we get rid of this shit? One's basically was like, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. So I shared my screen with One's. I said, what's this? And he's like, oh, that's a Dropbox. And that's when I knew it was a fucking drop.
These tech YouTubers don't know anything about tech. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. I mean, the thing is most tech YouTubers are fake. Like, I already pulled up that I found another one just by chance. What was it? I think The Average Consumer was the name. Yeah, this guy. Like, watch.
Correct.
Ready? This is how you can spot these fake channels. So let's pick something here. Lenovo Yoga Slim 7X. Something about this blew my mind. 375,000 views about a fucking Lenovo laptop. Ready to see how legit the engagement looks? 1,000 likes with almost 400,000 views and only 54 comments. Tell me you're botting views to pump up your fucking, you know, sponsorship rates. Like, dude, this is probably like a 5,000 view video. He's buying the likes too, which you can do that as well. But dude, there's no fucking way that you have that many likes compared to that many comments and that many views. Like, all the ratios are so fucking far off. But it's not just that one video. Like, here, let's look at the ROG Ally.
All right, y'all. So I've been here.
1.5 thousand views, 230, and 160 comments. All right, let's see. Samsung's fastest OLED gaming monitors, 452,000 views.
This video is sponsored by
2,000 likes and 187 comments. This is what like, all the tech YouTubers are fake for the most part. They buy views, they buy likes in order to get sponsored videos and say, like, well, I can guarantee 200,000 views per video. And that way, you know, the advertisers have to pay a certain amount. Like, if it's $20 per 1,000 views and they guarantee, you know, 200,000 views, then it's $4,000. So as long as they're spending less than $4,000 to bot their view counts, they're making money on every single. Yeah, it technically is fraud, but it's also in a gray area. So, like, maybe this is a legit video because I could see this actually being of interest to people. I mean, that's. Nope, it's not, because 114 comments with 400,000 views. This has to be sponsored. Yeah, Anchor. Okay, yeah, so it's all sponsored shit. Like, bro, you're not getting 114 comments on a 400,000 view video. Like, there's no way. That is literally impossible. So yeah, all these tech YouTube channels are fucking fake nowadays. Like, I'm just going to go to my video real quick. So just for reference, guys, my 30,000 view videos get like 1,000 comments. My 143,000 view video got 1,800 comments. And 7,000 likes, which a 5% like to view ratio is about right nowadays. But yeah, I don't have a single video with under 200 likes. None. There's no fucking way. Like, the ratio is completely off on that. So yeah, that's another fake tech channel. But yeah, unfortunate, bro. Everybody's faking shit nowadays. It's all bot farms and fucking fake engagement. You know, the dead internet theory is alive and well.
Dropbox, and I was like, well, why is this on the fucking thing? So Rich sent me that with it all connected. So at that point in time, I saw that, and that was what was in there. Now Rich said that he had that stuff in the Dropbox. I saw like 3 photos of his like ex-wife's daughters. And one video of his ex-wife's daughter making like a YouTube channel. And I was like, I don't fucking know what this is. I know who they are, but I don't give a shit. How do we get rid of all this shit? Now let's flash forward. Everyone's been saying that, oh, he has porn in there. He has all this porn and he also has it in the same folders. Again, I'm telling you what was in there. And I spoke to the person who actually sent those files to Rich in the first place, which happens to be Googlefish. And if you've watched any of the shows, you know that Googlefish would send those stupid GIFs to all of us. I have them currently on my fucking phone right now because of Googlefish on my Facebook Messenger. So I don't know how they got in the Dropbox in the same folder, in the same area. I don't fucking know how that happened. That's where it was. Do I think Rich was like putting him in there and being like, I'll put him in the same folder? No, because Rich also has no fucking clue how to organize jack shit based on his desktops. And everyone knows that. So at the end of the day, I never went in the Dropbox and saw anything fucking weird. Now, I told you once again, that's what was in there. And what was quote unquote weird
I don't know, porn next to your, ex-girlfriend's kids in bikinis is a little weird, man.
Turned out to be the memes that Googlefish sent. And there was like 2 of them. And I've already talked about that. I talked about it when fucking, well, that's the thing. Kino Casino, they asked me what was there. I told them the same thing. I told them that in the folder, that was there, that was that. And, as we know, the fucking internet carries a story on and on and on and on and on and on, and it turns into something that isn't. So the hacking of the Dropbox, I mean, that's so fucking old news now. And I've made the statement everywhere. No, I never said that to them. I never said that there was a porn folder on the Dropbox. I'm going to say this. Those guys like to add a little bit on there and say porn folder.
No, what you said was a folder with porn and the pictures of his, girlfriend's daughters in bikinis. That's what you said, is a folder with the porn and the bikini pictures.
There was no porn folder on that Dropbox, at least that I saw in that section that I went in. So if there was, ask Rich about that. I don't know about that shit. I didn't go through every single fucking file. Ones and I were like, how do we get rid of all of this shit? So again, that's the Dropbox situation. I never saw anything. Remember, also, at the time I went on Casino, I didn't know that those GIFs were from Googlefish. Googlefish told us after the fact because they brought it up on the Casino. So that's how that timeline plays out. So yeah, when I was there, I was like, yeah, there's a weird shit in that folder, but I don't know what the fuck it is. And then Googlefish, as you guys know, Googlefish sends everybody those fucking GIFs. So that's the timeline. Another 2 hours, and then that's it. So what did I feel about Rich taking on the detractors? I'll just speak honestly. I don't think it was smart. I wouldn't have done it, in my opinion. Again, that's it. I don't know what else to say about that. I think that DSP is a fucking loser. I think that he uses everybody that's possible, that's near him, including his wife. I think that he'd use his fucking dying grandmother if he could for content. He's just as bad as Boogie, in my opinion, at this point. So, let me say this to the DSP detractors.
Bro, DSP is nowhere near as bad as Boogie. Like, DSP, for the most part, is pretty fucking harmless. Like, yeah, he lies about what he spends his money on. He begs for money, blah, blah, blah. But he's not hurting anybody. Like, he's just a fucking idiot. And if you give him money, you're an even bigger idiot. But DSP, for the most part, is incredibly harmless. He's not hurting anybody. Boogie is a vindictive piece of shit who is a master manipulator that will throw literally anyone and everyone under the bus to, you know, portray himself as the victim. Nero Redwood with the 10. I was told by my annoying pro-socialism co-worker that Black Rifle Coffee Co. loves supporting white supremacists. I don't know if that's true. I think he's just... Well, no, actually, Black Rifle Coffee, I think, got busted being like a lefty organization or some shit like that. Apparently, like, they grifted towards right-leaning people for a long time, and then they became, like, super leftist after a while, if I'm remembering that story correctly. But, yeah.
I don't hate you guys. I just think the content's, you know, easy to make, which is just my statement on it, because it kind of is. But I don't hate the guys doing that. Anybody can go make a YouTube video and make it about anyone. Fucking go nuts. Have fun with that. Would I tell them that they're wrong or all that shit? I will never get involved with them again. I think Phil is a secret racist loser who doesn't deserve all of...
A secret racist loser? Oh my god. Yeah, because he made some fucking jokes. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck this virtue signaling little pussy.
The attention the detractors give him, but you got to keep in mind, Phil gives them money to feed, which is fine. You're allowed to do that on YouTube, and it's like a fucking...
Yeah, leave DSP's name out of your fucking mouth, bro. I'm gonna Will Smith your ass if you keep slandering my boy, Philip Burnell. Yeah, Phil is not a fucking racist. He made edgy jokes back in the early 2010s. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm so sick of these fucking, you know, virtue signaling little pussy-ass bitches. Especially this guy, the average Trudeau voter, acting like he's some sort of fucking moral authority. Jesus Christ.
And you want to talk about, like, who's supporting DSP the most? In my opinion, the detractors are. That's how that works. And I'm sure some of them would say that they are as well. If you're making 20 videos on fucking DSP a month, that's fucking promotion. Non-stop promotion about some dude who...
Well, that wasn't, like, racist, the Dead Space thing. That was, like, anti-Semitic or Jewish or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Judaism's not a race, no matter how much they like to claim it is. Like, the Jewish race is literally just white people, bro. They're literally just white. But, yeah. That's more of going after a religion, not a race. I guess that would fall into xenophobia, but even then, it was obviously a fucking joke. Like, it was a very in poor taste joke, but it was still a joke. He wasn't being serious.
Who's a fucking loser. I don't understand it. It's just free real estate, as we say in the biz here. Confused as why.
It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and the only detractor channel that's worth watching is Duty Streams.
Too busy opening Hogan's to hear that loser? Is he still live? Nope.
Crown that I have here that...
Yeah. I wonder when he is gonna upload. Oh, on DSP Reacts. Or React. Let's see. Oh, he's still live. Damn, man.
Deserve it, guys.
Huge support.
We have this left.
Yes.
We have this left. The finale.
Okay.
Joon the King, not only making this documentary, but destroying Rich on Twitter for being a liar.
Oh, look at all those
about
donos,
doxing,
bro.
And then today also calling him out for
Holy shit. $300. Rich is obviously manipulative. Damn, man. And 200. Wow. Dude, the fucking DSP trolls are going to be fuming. They're going to be fucking fuming over that hardcore. Oh my god. Dude, all the fucking troll channels are gonna lose their fucking shit over Phil getting donations. Yeah, the Hogans will be pulled, man. Yeah, that's the thing is Phil should get into more drama-related content. Obviously, people like it. What the fuck? I thought his career died. Oh, Young? Yeah, he's still going, man. He's still going, fighting the good fight. Nah, Apollo's eating his food. I put his food in his bowl right when we got back from our walk, so he was tired, and then he passed out. So he didn't eat yet. If DSP joined lolcow, it would pull in. I don't think so. Unless there was constant drama, I don't think it would. So, I mean, 20,000 live viewers is like insane. Because most people with that amount of viewership, even on like Twitch and stuff, they're all botted. Like most people's viewer numbers, especially on Kick, for example, are not real. Like they maybe have like 1/5 of the amount of people watching, but they like bot their viewer count. Because, you know, when people see a high viewer count, they're more likely to click on the stream because they're like, oh, well, if 3,000 people are watching this shit, then I should watch it too. It's like, you know, group kind of thing. Let's see, Ripamormi with the 5. You seen the news about the British internet hate speech? Yeah, and they're trying to extradite U.S. citizens. Like, yeah, good fucking luck. They threaten to come after other people in other countries too. Fuck that. Yeah, the British can get fucked, bro. You know, all these British cunts for years have talked about, oh, Americans and their guns, ooh, you know. And look who could use them now, because their government would never be pulling the shit they're pulling right now if they had an armed populace. Like, if motherfuckers in England were packing heat, the government would not be arresting people over fucking Facebook posts. So, you know, the thing they love to ridicule everyone else for is literally the thing that will lead to their downfall. They will become a Muslim country because they allowed themselves to be that. Unfortunate, man. Yeah, that's the thing. Take away the guns and you can control everybody because they can't fight back. You know, think about it. If, you know, the colonies of America didn't have weapons, we would have never been able to revolt against England in the first place. So, yeah, no, an armed populace is the worst fear of a tyrannical government. So what's the first thing that authoritarian regimes do is they take away the guns. You know, it's like that fucking clip of Alex on Piers Morgan. Like, Hitler took the guns, Stalin took the guns, Mao took the guns. And if you take the guns in America, 1776 will commence again. Like, it's true. Like, every fucking authoritarian dictator in modern history has taken away guns. The fucking Venezuelans took away guns. And look at them right now. So... Let me see if that clip is still up in there. Just curious if that clip is still... Yeah. Bro.
8 Sleep's brand new Pod 4 is truly incredible right out of the box. Installation.
You some questions. In the spirit of a proper debate, and you've had a lot to say so far on the show, and a lot of it aimed at me, which is fine. But I want you to try and answer the questions. It's a proper debate, okay? I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, it's not a debate. You're running the show. You bring in your victims up front.
Actually, no.
Look, you got your little note cards. I just gave you FBI statistics that violent crime and gun crime is down over 20%.
Alex, let me just ask you
And
this.
you want to go to little factoids.
No, they're not little
Anybody
factoids.
can pull those up. Listen.
Do you know what...
Do you have a bodyguard?
Alex.
Why do you have bodyguards?
I don't have a bodyguard.
Yeah, I've seen you on the news with them. Don't you want to protect your wife from hoodlums, or you want to call the police?
Let me ask you this question.
Why does Dianne Feinstein tell 60 Minutes that she plans to try to take Mr. and Mrs. America's guns? Have you seen that?
Stop talking over me.
You guys want to disarm all of America.
No, I don't.
Dianne Feinstein's bill does gun confiscation.
No, let me clarify for you. You don't seem to understand
First
what
you
it is I
register,
want.
then you confiscate. It's
No.
always done the same.
Here's what the campaign on this
Well, here,
show
give me your
is.
little cue cards and I'll answer your questions for
What
you.
was the weapon used at Sandy Hook?
I've already gone over that and already answered it for you.
We haven't talked about Sandy Hook.
No, again,
What was the weapon?
It's a 223 M4.
Right.
Again, but statistically, they're using very low percentage of shootings.
But
period.
are you
but
seeing?
you guys?
Are you seeing
people
a pattern?
wouldn't go swimming because the movie Jaws, even though great white sharks kill 5 people a year.
Alex,
you're trying to scare people.
Let me say something.
There's no metal shark in the water.
The same type of weapon was used in the last 3
and that's right.
mass shootings.
And Hitler used semi-autos to kill people.
Why would you
and
not?
So did Mao.
Why would you?
Why is the government arming to the teeth against us?
Alex, I don't
What about Fast and Furious?
Alex,
why did our government ship guns into Mexico?
Alex,
to blame the Second Amendment?
Let's have a debate.
A false flag?
Alex,
to blame the Second Amendment?
I get accused.
Why they blow up Building 7 down the street here in New York?
I get accused when I get you guys on of talking over you, of being rude. I'm trying to be civil, right? You've got to try and answer some of the questions, right? Here's my issue for you. Why do people civilians need an AR-15 type assault rifle? Why do you
already
need
said statistics.
Because that's what the government uses. And a well-armed militia needs to be able to maintain the generally accepted modern weaponry of the time. It's literally mandated in the Second Amendment.
Statistically, they're used in a very
answer
low
the question.
amount of the crimes. That's an FBI fact.
They've been
show to
used
you.
in the last 3 mass shootings.
Yes.
Why do
I'll tell
people
you
need
why.
them?
Because they advertise it in the media. Anybody knows that if somebody jumps off the Empire State Building, they put cops up there the next day because copycats come to do it again. The media hypes and hypes and hypes.
No, that's not the question.
Don't just commit suicide.
Alex, why do people
Go commit
need them?
suicide by killing a bunch of kids, and here's the gun to use because it's the one the U.S. Army uses.
Why do people need them?
They need them to protect us from the #1 killer in history. Government in the 20th century, university study out of Hawaii killed 292 million people. It's called democide. Google it, folks.
Do you believe everyone in America, should everyone in America, therefore, have an AR-15 if they want one?
Yes.
Statistically, where there's more guns, there's lower crime. The highest crime is in Bloomberg,
But you have the most
controlled
guns
areas.
of any of the 23 richest countries in the world. And you have
Well, America was born on guns and whiskey.
Right. But
it's true we're a violent society.
Right. So you
but
accept that America
statistically,
has the most
knives
guns
kill
and the
3
most gun
times more.
murders.
Have you seen the FBI numbers? Knives, bats, rocks kill many times more.
Alex, let's talk about the guns.
It's not the rock. It's not the knife. When a mother chops her kids up with a cleaver because she's on serotonin.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Why don't you want to get rid of the drugs?
AR-15s?
Because they're half your sponsors?
No, stick to the subject.
America's number
Yeah, exactly. The #1 sponsor of all news channels in America and the world is prescription drug companies. That is the #1 advertiser for every single news station.
One cause of unnatural death now is suicide.
Okay. Alex,
not automobile accident, not cancer, not...
You accuse me of attacking the Second Amendment of the Constitution.
I want to get people off pills that the insert says will make you commit suicide and kill people.
Alex, let's get about the Second Amendment.
I want to blame the real culprit.
Alex.
Suicide pills.
Alex.
Mass murder pills.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Your belief, unless I'm wrong...
First time anybody's ever heard this, by the way.
Your belief, unless I'm wrong, is that under the Second Amendment, your real concern is that you will be overrun by a tyrannical regime, either from somewhere else
Yeah,
or
highway
from your own government.
checkpoints.
Yeah, Piers, look at your home country.
Look at Mexico. Total gun ban for the citizens. Highest crime rate in the world. 57,000 people dead the last 5 years. Total gun ban for the citizens.
But you're
Switzerland has the lowest crime rate in Europe.
Alex,
your country has the highest.
Alex, we have 35 gun murders a year. You have 11,000.
You people get their brains. It's the higher crime rate.
Let me ask you,
violent crime is higher.
On this specific...
It's brains.
Alex,
it's people.
I'm trying to get inside your brains.
Pierce,
it's
if
not
you punched
very
me right
easy.
now, it'd be not your fist, but your brain that did
Alex, let me get inside your brain.
Okay.
Okay? I'm serious. You have a very, very big platform. You air, I think, on 63 networks.
No, that Wikipedia is like 10 years old. I'm on over 140 stations, XM.
Millions of Americans hear you.
Over a million
every day.
visitors to Infowars.com
And I
today,
congratulate
where we have
you
the
on your
statistics
audience.
posted right now.
Okay.
Infowars.com.
Who do you believe was behind 9/11?
Oh, I absolutely know. I have the police on CNN saying, get back, they're going to blow up 7. I have BBC reporting.
Who do you believe is behind
I
it?
have the proof. I heard them on CBS Radio.
Who, Alex?
They announced they blew up the towers on CBS Radio.
Who do you believe?
New Yorkers all saw it and heard it.
Alex, who do you
They
believe?
blew up Building 7.
Alex, who do you believe was behind it? The American government?
Criminal elements of the military-industrial complex, the same ones that staged Gulf of Tonkin, the same ones that staged the mass shootings of Operation Gladio.
Right.
Ooh, the CIA don't like this
Alex,
now.
Do you mean that President Bush and his administration were behind 9/11?
I mean that even mainstream news reported that the hijackers were ordered to be allowed into the United States. Michael Springman, the head of the visa department, blew the whistle on that.
So the Bush administration was part of a conspiracy.
Well,
to
he
murder,
said never let us tolerate
to murder Americans.
I can speak in this accent as well.
Yeah.
The
But is that what you
government,
believe?
Hitler firebombed his own Reichstag, yes, to bring in martial law in Germany, April 27th, 1933. Governments have staged terror attacks throughout history or allowed terrorists to attack as a pretext to invade and enslave the populations. I probably own more than 50 firearms. Many of them have increased in value 2, 3, or even 4 times. I sleep very comfortably outside Austin, Texas, knowing that I can defend my family.
Okay, Alex Jones. This is
Infowars.com.
This is the man who wants to deport me from the country for wanting to get rid of...
Bro, where's the other part?
It's to point out you're a foreigner, a red coat, here telling us what to do.
Whatever.
Go back to where they took the guns if you don't like it. The communists...
Yeah, go back, bro. Hold on, where's the other part? Maybe this one?
When the sawdust settles...
Yeah, exactly, Piers. Go back to your lovely country.
The thing you care about most...
A pretty strong stand on guns in America. It's not escaped the notice of supporters of gun rights, and it's led to a petition on the...
I'll wear red, white, and blue, and you can wear your Jolly Roger.
Okay.
You know what?
Let's try again. How many gun... White House official website, no less. It's entitled, and I quote, "Deport British citizen Piers Morgan for attacking Second Amendment." Take a look. More than 104,000 people have signed it so far. And joining me now...
Attention to the fact that we have all of these foreigners and the Russian government, the official Chinese government... Mao said political power goes out of the barrel of a gun. He killed about 80 million people because he's the only guy that had the guns. So we did it to point out that this is globalism, and the mega banks that control the planet and brag that they've taken over, in Bloomberg, AP, Reuters, you name it, brag that they're going to get our guns as well. They've taken everybody's guns but the Swiss and the American people. And when they get our guns, they can have their world tyranny. While the government buys 1.6 billion bullets, armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, Predator drones, armed, now in U.S. skies, being used to arrest people in North Dakota. The Second Amendment isn't there for duck hunting. It's there to protect us from tyrannical government and street thugs. Take the women in India. Your piece earlier on CNN I was watching during Anderson Cooper's show didn't tell you that the women of India have signed giant petitions to get firearms because the police can't and won't protect them. The answer is, hey, wait a minute, I have FBI crime statistics that come out a year late, 2011. 20+% crime drop in the last 9 years. Real violent crime, because more guns means less crime. Britain took the guns 15, 16 years ago, tripling of your overall violent crime. True, we have a higher gun violence level, but overall mugging, stabbings, deaths, those men raped that woman in India to death with an iron rod 4 feet long. You can't ban the iron rods. The guns, the iron rods, Pierce, didn't do it. The tyrants did it. Hitler took the gun.
Yeah, hold on. Before we get to this part, just for all the fucking retards that actually believe who actually believe the Second Amendment is not for what, we're talking about. This is literally in the Declaration of Independence. It says, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute a new government laying its foundation on such principle. So literally in the fucking Declaration of Independence, the first fucking document of America, they literally say that it's the right of the people to abolish their government. Well, how the fuck are you going to abolish a government that's armed to the fucking teeth if you aren't? People are so fucking dumb. Yeah, it's not duck hunting and that type of shit. People who say that shit are stupid. They're absolutely stupid. They don't know how to read. But, yeah. Either that or they're just disingenuous shit libs.
That woman in India to death with an iron rod 4 feet long. You can't ban the iron rods. The guns, the iron rods, Pierce, didn't do it. The tyrants did it. Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? And that's why you're going to fail, and the establishment knows no matter how much propaganda, the Republic will rise again when you attempt to take our guns. My family in the Texas Revolution against Santa Anna, my family was at the core on both sides starting that because Santa Anna came to take the guns at Gonzales, Texas. Pierce, don't try what your ancestors did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic.
You finished?
Yes, I am finished. You will not take my right. You go through background checks to get guns. How about Prozac? You know the number one. Oh, that's the big sponsor, isn't it? Or that whole class of drugs.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, whoa, got to cut that off, don't you? Don't want to talk about the U.S. number one cause of death is suicide now because they give people suicide mass murder pills.
Calm down.
Your answers give more money to psychiatrists and psychologists to put more crazy people on drugs that make them kill people, Pierce.
Let's try and have a debate here.
Yeah.
He's absolutely spitting the facts, bro. Those antidepressants and shit make people go fucking crazy.
This question.
I'm sick of the same old script here, bud.
It's fine, bud. How many gun murders were there in America last year? Do you know?
There were about 11,458, and about 74% of those were gang-related, gangbangers shooting each other. You get 3.5.
Yep, exactly.
To 4,000.
But those stats are never brought up because they're racist.
How many people died from infections in hospitals? 197,000.
Let me just ask you a second.
That's right.
How many gun murders were there in Britain?
How many great white sharks?
No, how many
kill people every year, but they're scared to swim?
Right. How many gun murders were there in Britain?
A very low amount. I already went over those statistics.
Many, do you know?
It was only a few hundred.
No. How many gun murders?
I actually did pull up the statistics. Here, let me pull them out right here. I figured you'd do that.
Gun murders in
wait.
Britain last
UK
year.
violent crime, capital of Europe. London Telegraph. Here, let me give you more.
It's quite a simple question.
Well, that's the oldest.
You're a very loud man.
No, that's the
You
oldest
make a
Perry
lot of
Mason
noise.
tactic to ask me some little factoid.
It's not a little factoid.
I already said earlier,
We're talking about
England
a
has a
country.
lot lower gun crime rate because you took all the guns.
Let me try exactly my
But you've got
point.
hordes of people burning down cities and beating old women's brains out every day.
What a ridiculous
They arrest
statement.
people in England if they defend themselves. That's on record. My God.
They arrest you in England if you make a mean tweet.
Total police state. Everybody's fleeing.
But if you're a Muslim immigrant who rapes a 13-year-old and just says, "Oh, I didn't know it was illegal," then you get off. You get released back into the streets, man.
That country because you've had to flee here, bud. And I want to say this right here. You think you're a tough guy? Have me back with a boxing ring.
Yeah,
in here.
they arrested the protesters against violent knife crime instead of the people actually committing the violent knife crimes. So they arrested the people protesting against stabbings instead of the people actually doing the stabbings.
Here, and I'll wear red, white, and blue, and you can wear your Jolly Roger.
Okay.
You know what?
Let's try again. How many gun murders were there?
Oh, you're going to ban your fist now?
In Britain last year.
How many chimpanzees can dance on the head of a pin? I already went over those statistics.
Do you know the answer?
No, I don't.
You said hundreds.
It's very low.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You said hundreds.
Yes.
It's actually 35.
Well, the point is you can...
Against 11,000. Do you understand the difference between 11,000
Yeah, England
and
wants
35?
to ban knives now because tens of thousands are getting stabbed.
But do you understand
You're gonna ban
the
knives?
difference?
The knife
between
doesn't kill people.
Do you understand?
The gun doesn't kill people.
Yes.
Listen,
do
you understand
between
you're not going to
35
pull on America's
and 11,000?
heartstrings. They know your script, okay? You're not going to get our guns. By the way, you guys always say, we just want to take the semi-autos, okay, and all this other stuff when semi-autos aren't even, rifles aren't even used but in a fraction of the crimes. You can pull those numbers up, okay? No, hold on.
Let me ask you one question. Which weapon was predominantly used in the Aurora movie theater shooting?
M4 AR-15 variants.
So it was a semi-auto.
A shotgun would have been way more effective, but...
Automatic
Yes,
assault rifle.
again.
Okay,
but
next
statistically,
question.
it's very, very low.
Do you agree it was the single biggest shooting in the history of America in terms of people hit by a shooter? Do you know that?
No, I believe that there were others. There's been some other shootings with about over 30.
No, this was the single biggest mass shooting.
Well, listen, you're just going... No, there have been bombings of Wall Street.
Let me ask you a second
Are we going to... Listen, why can't the pilots have firearms? We trust them to fly the planes.
Alex, you've had a lot to say.
No,
Just
my
answer
point
the
is the
question.
Second Amendment is sacrosanct, and you're not getting it.
Do you know which weapon was used in the Oregon shopping mall mass shooting recently?
I understand that people... who are mentally ill on all the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, who play these shoot-'em-up games, want to go out and do this. Because there's criminals, I don't lose my rights, Pierce. Because there's criminals, I don't lose my rights.
Exactly. You don't punish the many for the sins of the few.
Just answer the question.
Yeah.
Do you know what the weapon used was?
Listen, let me ask you a question.
No, answer.
I've got the FBI
Alex.
statistics that,
Okay.
these so-called
Let's take a
semi-autos
break.
that you talk
Let's
about.
take a break. When we come back...
Again, you're not going to get our guns.
When we come back, try and answer my question.
Yeah, all you're going to do is...
Based as fuck, man. Dude, Alex is so fucking based. I don't know, man. I used to, that's the thing. I used to watch him, back in, 2015, 2016, before he got banned from YouTube. That shit was great. I used to watch his, daily live stream when I was studying and stuff. Quality-ass entertainment. Let's see. So Nero Redwood with the 5. I have a friend who lives 2 hours away from London. Apparently they are having riots over a stabbing at a school. People are pissed, rightfully so. Yeah, and the people who are protesting are getting arrested instead of the people who are, are actually, stabbing. UK logic. And now they're threatening to extradite, people making mean tweets in other countries. This ex-Joker with the 2, people forget Alex was the first on Bohemian Grove. Yeah, that and Bilderberg, the World Economic Forum, all sorts of stuff, man. He's like, blown the top off a lot of these kind of New World Order organizations and brought them to the mainstream. 04 Alphatron with the 2, cars kill more than guns, we banned cars. Yeah, but it's like so stupid. Because the thing is, you get rid of guns, people use knives. You get rid of knives, people will use something else. It's fucking dumb. It's all just to disarm the populace, so they're easier to control. Claus Mystery with the 20, who let this red coat in the USA again? CNN, apparently, because they're probably the ones who issued his work visa. And JE5150 with the 10, the Second Amendment is so 1776, dude. Ban assault rifles, consume products, BLM, free Palestine, support Ukraine. Yeah, bro, that's what's so fucking funny, is what was the first thing Ukraine did when Russia invaded? They started giving all of their citizens AR-15s. Not even fucking joking. What was the first thing Ukraine did as soon as Russia invaded? They bought a bunch of AR-15s to hand out to their people. So, it's just incredible. The same people that will tell you you don't need an AR-15 are the same ones that are sending millions of AR-15s over to fucking Ukraine to arm the population. It's wild, bruh. Absolutely wild. Claus Mystery with the 50, in a closed space, a shotgun is more effective. Yeah, like in the movie theater. You can control it better, and it has better accuracy compared to Hollywood/gaming propaganda. Yeah. Which shoddy am I picking? This one. If it'll load. The KSG-25. That's what I'm picking. I'm going to buy one of these at some point, but... Looks like shit. Nah, KSGs are really nice, man. KSGs are really nice. EB7 with the 2, the Second Amendment was also written in a based way. Yeah, exactly, man. They didn't fucking mince their words when those 2 fucking things were written. So, it's just disingenuous fucking retards that don't, want to accept the actual meaning of the text. Oski Woski with the 10, I'm guessing that's because you muted somebody. Griffin keeping it holy? That's right, bro. But yeah, this holds 15 shells. So, it's a fucking beast. And I believe, I don't know if this one has it or not, but the normal KSG has 2 tubes for the shells. So you can hot swap between like buckshot or slugs or birdshot or whatever. So you
Got lost in the whirlpool of tasks? Your Mac may be on the brink of burnout as well. Let's check in Macation with the menu app in Clean My Mac X. Book space on your disk. Optimize RAM. Recharge the batteries. Vacation for you, Macation for your Mac.
Let's see. Oski Woski also with the 10 and another 10, bro. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. I appreciate that positivity, dude. Big ups, man. Griffin trying to tell people, try to pull up. Well, I have a fucking 44 Magnum with bear rounds, so if somebody knocks on my door in a way I don't like, I could technically pop them through the fucking wood, and they would not be walking off. So we're good. I don't need a shotgun for that, man. I got my 44 Magnum ready to go. That'll punch a hole in a door and your spinal column. Nah, I don't have to. Dude, if my life is in danger, the only thing I'm worried about is the motherfucker standing in front of me. So.
I can't afford this shit!
Yep, I got my Space Marine, like, physical copies pre-ordered, but I need to pre-order the digitals at some point. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Space Marine 2 looks really good. Claus Mister at the 20. Griffin be like, call an ambulance, but not for me. Nah, call the hearse. Put him in a casket, bruh. Or a bag. But yeah, I just think it's, dude, the whole Second Amendment argument is so disingenuous most of the time. It's like, oh, well, they didn't have, like, assault rifles and fucking tanks and helicopters back in 1776, dude. It's like, yeah, but if they did, then those would have been allowed for civilians to own as well. Like, I guarantee you George Washington would have been thrilled at the idea of, you know, every town having a local fucking Apache helicopter. Like, that's the entire reason why we won the Revolutionary War, is because, like, normal people had access to military-grade weaponry. So if we didn't have access to that, we would have lost. So, yeah, no, they understood the importance of, like, you know, average people having access to military-grade, you know, weaponry and supplies, all that type of shit. It doesn't even just extend to weapons. You know, the U.S. Navy was literally commandeered merchant vessels. So, you know, the fucking battleship of the fucking colonial days was literally just a bunch of random ships that people use to transport goods. Like, it's just so fucking dumb, man. People are so disingenuous with that shit. It's like saying, well, they didn't have the internet, bro, so obviously freedom of speech doesn't extend to, like, fucking Twitter. It's like, no, you fucking dunce. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Just because they literally didn't specify that freedom of the press and freedom of speech didn't, like, just because it's not explicitly stated that you have freedom of speech online versus in real life. It's, like, so fucking dumb, man. It really is. But we have a bunch of disingenuous motherfuckers running things. If they had ReviewTechUSA back then, they would have thought more about it. Well, somebody his size wouldn't have survived long. Emmanuel with the 5, mute Brit. Alright.
You fucking cuck. I know that's one of your favorite words, you right-wing asshole. Say, come on, cuck. Ask real fucking questions, cuck. And don't be a fucking pussy, because you're a bigoted asshole too. Fuck you.
Yeah, Microsoft sold off Tango and Wi-Fi Slush. They both gone. Who says bigoted unironically? Lefties. Pretty much. That's about it. Like, calling somebody a racist, a sexist, a bigot, a xenophobe, a Nazi, what at alt-right has zero meaning anymore. Like, literally, if you're slightly to the right of Marxism, you're basically a fucking alt-right, Nazi, racist, bigot, whatever the fuck. It's like, yeah, who cares? Let's see. Rip Mormy with the 2. AA12. We can watch real quick. We've seen this before, but I don't think it's long. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, you've seen one AA12. Now you're going to get to see 2 AA12s. There is no more deadly weapon system in the world than a Russian with 2 AA-12.
Alright. Nero Redwood with the 5. If you have time, look up the 4 freedoms. I'm not an FDR fan. Let me see what that is. It's a speech. Alright, it's like 2 minutes, so that's fine. Watch. The fuck? That is not what I clicked on, you stupid fucking thing. Thank you. Have I ever played Spec Ops: The Line? Yeah, I didn't think it was that good. It was pretty mid.
The first is freedom of speech and expression everywhere in the world. The second is freedom of every person to worship God in his own way everywhere in the world.
Notice that. To worship God in their own way.
Third,
because it was generally accepted that the U.S. was a Christian country.
Is freedom from want, which translated into world terms means economic understandings which will secure to every nation a healthy, peacetime life for its inhabitants everywhere in the world. The fourth is freedom from fear, which translated into world terms means a worldwide reduction of armaments to such a point and in such a thorough fashion that no nation will be in a position to commit an act of physical aggression against any neighbor anywhere in the world.
That's why America has freedom that it has, because America was built on Christian morals. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like all these people, oh, well, there's nothing inherently religious about the founding father. It's like, bro, it literally references God in so many different official... I don't know, man. It's so dumb. Like, when you swear the oath of office, what do you put your hand on? What does our currency say? It's just, bruh. What's in the Pledge of Allegiance? Like,
this nation has placed its destiny in the hands and heads and hearts of its millions of free men and women.
in God, not Jesus. God is Jesus. I mean, if you need to go back to school and learn what the Holy Trinity is, man, then go for it. But yeah, God is Jesus, bro. Jesus is God. The Holy Spirit is God and Jesus. It's a Trinity that is the same but separate. They are basically one and the same.
And its faith in freedom under the guidance of God. Freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. Our support goes to those who struggle to gain those rights and keep them. Our strength is our unity of purpose to that high concept. There can be no end save victory.
No, because every other religion does not refer to God as God. That's the thing. It's like, people are like, well, Allah just means God in Arabic. And it's like, okay, well, then why do Muslims who speak English not call Allah God? Like, you think about that? So, no, it's not God. You know, if a Muslim is speaking French, they call Allah, Allah. They don't use the French word for God. If you're speaking English and you're Muslim, you don't call Allah God, you call him Allah. So, it's not just the... oh, it's the Arabic word for God, dude. Yeah, no, it's not. That's not the reason why. It is a name. So. Nah, dude, that's right. Griffin switching to Islam? Hell nah. Not a chance, man. Raging Boar with the 2, not the hearse. Why not? I guess they could just go straight into the earth. Let's see. Carno Raptor 663 with the 5. What's the thoughts on Black Ops 6 so far? I'm on the fence because I've never played a Call of Duty before and I don't know if it looks good. Honestly, I don't really have much interest in it at all because I don't like Treyarch Call of Duty, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen like the leaks or anything because honestly, I don't really care too much about it. But yeah, Treyarch Call of Duty has never really resonated with me other than Black Ops 1. If Jesus is God, then why are Muslims winning on all fronts? What exactly are they winning?
I can't afford this shit!
Read up. Again, I don't want to get into a whole religious debate, but go read, go read the last part of the Bible and it might clear some stuff up for you. Z-Herb with the 5 sub. I just caught up. This rich situation's wild. Weapons are cool. UK is populated by a lot of cucks. Australia is no better with the gun situation. Yeah, y'all had the mass buybacks. I remember that. So, yeah, your government's already stripped you. It's just crazy, man. I don't know. It's like no civilian should be willing to give up their guns. Like, it's your right to own them. The only reason a government wants to take away guns is so they can be in control. That is the sole purpose. Yeah, there's a Black Ops 5. It's Cold War. Cold War is Black Ops 5. Claus Mr. the 20, Islam is winning and being the most hated. I don't know. I think Hinduism might be number 1 in that one. Nero Redwood with the 10. I can care less about FDR. The speech was, I think, given during the same time we declared war on Japan. It's funny because Splinter Cell quotes the 4 freedoms with a hidden 5th freedom. Yeah, I am not a fan of FDR at all. FDR is a pretty bad president. Like, if you look into him, he's a fucking disaster. Is he better than Biden? Debatable, because towards the end of his reign as president, he was a fucking vegetable. So Biden and him are basically in the same boat. I mean, FDR definitely did more long-term harm than Biden did. So yeah, I guess that's yet to be seen. But I would say, all things considered, Biden has less damage done to the country overall. Yeah, Teddy was the more based Roosevelt. 100%. Damn, bro, my fucking contacts are like falling out of my eye. Jesus. My eye is like dry as fuck, I guess. Teddy's ego gave us Woodrow Wilson. Would have gotten him either way, man. He was installed to create, you know, the Federal Reserve and shit, so that was gonna happen one way or the other. Imagine needing contacts or glasses. Yeah, I know. What a scrub. Z Herbert the 5, my god, Tampon Tim, and Camel Toe Harris are the biggest industry plants I've ever... Yeah, dude, they're trying to push the narrative that they're popular so fucking hard. Like, I've never seen the media shill more and more for a group than, like, anything. Like, it's pretty insane. Like, the entire media machine is desperately trying to convince people that they like them. So, you've already kind of seen the polls start to pull back now. And, you know, the honeymoon phase is starting to fade away.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. The effort to make them seem cool and likable is so goddamn forced. Yeah, and like the whole thing with the stolen valor is blowing up in their face. Apparently they're in panic mode behind the scenes over that. Because Pennsylvania, for example, has like the 3rd largest population of veterans in the country. So if they target enough ads in that like area and target it towards like veterans and things, saying that like, you know, Tim Walz lied about his service, which he absolutely did, and then also how he, you know, dropped out of going overseas to actually serve instead of, you know, putting in his 2 hours every, you know, month. So, yeah. No, they're freaking out about that because veterans hate that shit. And that transcends like party lines for them because, you know, one, you pussied out when the going got tough, basically. And then you lie about your service record, claiming that you saw combat or got deployed to places that you never actually did. So, yeah. That's not going to play well for them in the swing states. Not to mention he's a crazy fucking leftist that, you know, supports taking children away from parents if their parents don't agree to allowing them to have their fucking cock inverted. Or putting tampons in the fucking, you know, men's restroom in, you know, elementary schools. And things like that. So there's a lot of baggage that he has, especially, that's going to very, very negatively affect the campaign. But the reason why they picked him is because they were terrified of picking a Jewish running mate because, you know, the Democrat Party has simped for radical Islam for so fucking long that, you know, now they're basically at that crowd's mercy. Let's see, Krillix with the 22 months. How do you fix someone from being a Kamala supporter? Ask them one thing that she's done. Just ask for one thing that she's done. Ask them to name one accomplishment she's had in her entire political career or as vice president. Name one thing. And I guarantee you that'll put the fucking mental brakes on them immediately. Because no one can actually say anything that she's done right. Z-Herb with the 2, but Griffin, he served over 20 years. That's right. Yeah, in the National Guard, you literally just have to show up for 2 hours once a month, and that's considered serving. So, yeah, when they were actually going to be deployed, he dropped out. So, yeah, he's a fucking lion sack of shit. He's lied about his rank on multiple different occasions. He's lied about where he's been deployed. He's lied about being in combat zones. Like, it's a pretty big nightmare for them right now, apparently. Like, they're very worried about the veterans, like, getting pissed off. Because that's the thing that sunk, whatever his fucking name is, Kerry's campaign. The Swift boats, where he lied about his military service in Vietnam. So, this is like a thing. It's what cost him the presidency. So yeah, it's like reminiscent of this. Let's see if the old ad's up. Yeah.
If you have any question about what John Kerry's made of, just spend 3 minutes with the men who served with him 30 years.
I served with John Kerry.
I served with John Kerry.
John Kerry has not been honest about what happened in Vietnam.
He is lying about his record.
I know John Kerry is lying about his first Purple Heart because I treated him for that injury.
John Kerry lied to get his Bronze Star. I know. I was there. I saw what happened.
His account of what happened and what actually happened are the difference between night and day.
John Kerry has not been honest. And he lacks the capacity to lead.
When the chips were down, you could not count on John Kerry.
John Kerry is no war hero.
He betrayed all his shipmates. He lied before the Senate.
And John Kerry betrayed the men and women he served with in Vietnam.
He dishonored his country. He most certainly did.
I served with John Kerry. John Kerry cannot be trusted.
Swift Book Veterans for Truth is responsible for the
But that's the type of ads that they can play around the clock in all these swing states about fucking Tim Walz lying about his military service, abandoning his fucking comrades. You know, when the going gets tough, he quits. You know, like, they can just hammer it. They don't even have to talk about policy. They can just talk about how he lied about his rank, how he left the National Guard right before they were about to be deployed, how, you know, he lied about being sent to a combat zone, lied about where he was deployed and for how long, continuously used a fake rank. Like, there's a lot of shit they can hammer him on. And, like, there's a guy also in the National Guard that for years has made it his mission to fucking shit talk Tim Walz in Minnesota as well. He even has, like, a massive, like, grain silo with signs all over it. So there's a lot of shit to work with there. Trump, meanwhile, never served. Who cares? Trump's never claimed to be a fucking military veteran or been in a combat zone. I mean, if anything, Trump's taken more fucking bullets than fucking Tim Walz lying ass has. You know, out of the two, at least Trump took a fucking bullet for the country, man. What the fuck has that fat other motherfucker done? Nothing. Literally nothing. He showed up 2 hours every single month to do, like, fucking shitty National Guard LARPing. But then when it was actually time to get deployed, he bitched out. So Trump's never lied about being a fucking war hero or being sent to a combat zone. Like, that's a big difference. It's one thing to not go into the military, but it's another thing to go in and lie about what you did. That's called stolen valor. It's a fucking crime. You know, the party of fucking prosecution now apparently is Camel Toe's new strategy. You know, are they going to prosecute Tim for lying about his military service for the past 2 decades? You know, all the stolen valor that he's partaken in? So unless Trump has said that he was deployed to fucking Afghanistan or was in a war zone or, you know, lied about a rank he never fucking achieved, then that's not the same thing. Yeah, there's a massive difference. So that's not even comparable. And the thing is that's funny is Trump's running mate, who will be in the debate against Walz, was an actual Marine who got deployed to Iraq. So, yeah, that's what will be funny is, you know, J.D. Vance is an actual fucking Marine, and he went to Iraq. He accepted his deployment. What did Tim do when he was going to be sent to Iraq? He dropped out and fucking hid. So, yeah, he was a LARPing National Guardsman. So, when he actually had to do something, he left. Lonky with the 5. Griffin, weird question. What are some top tier clothing brands? I don't really know the expensive stuff for men's clothing, to be honest. But, I mean, I just wear polo stuff, to be honest, bro. I think the quality on that's pretty decent. But I don't really spend a ton of money on clothing, personally. No, he will be able to capitalize on it. I've seen some clips recently. He's actually done a pretty good job. He's actually been doing a lot better lately. See, super straight with a 5. I hate the cackling hen AI conspiracy. I'll 100% fall into a rabbit hole. Weird fingers, weird faces, planes not casting clouds. Oh, yeah, that's what's crazy, man. You know, they've been busted for using AI to fake crowds now. So, it's wild. The fucking amount of astroturfing that's happening around Camel Toe by the media and social media companies and everyone, like Hollywood, is fucking hilarious. They're trying so hard to convince people that they actually like her. Z-Herb with the 20. Camel Toe is definitely DEI. Well, yeah, Joe Biden literally said he's gonna, you know, have a black female running mate. So, yeah, she literally was a DEI hire, 100%. She flunked the debates after basically getting roasted, called Joe Biden out on racism and pretty sure on sexism, too, yet got the spot anyway. Also, heard of her being a hoe to get the high play. Yeah. Nah, that's basically what she did, is she fucked her way to the top. That's documented. That is actually fucking documented. Yeah, Willie Brown. Nero Redwood with the 10. Fifth Freedom and Splinter Cell means a Splinter Cell like Sam Fisher can kidnap, torture, and murder in order to preserve the freedoms of America. So basically the CIA. Pretty much war crimes based as fuck. Yeah, I agree, man. You should be able to do that type of stuff. You have to. And Eyesiler with the 5. What's this? Hopefully this is alright to pull up. Oh my god. I'm formally announcing that I blocked Paul Tassi on purpose, but unblocked him to make this very serious and important post so he could see it. I think I accidentally blocked him anyway. I thought he was being rude, so I blocked him on purpose. Now I unblocked him, but I might block him again. Something about his destiny takes just feels off anyway. Just wanted to let you know this was just what the fuck? Totally normal block, unblock, block again, then unblock, but I might block it. What the fuck is that shit? Is that his attempt at humor? There's hyenas in Pride Lands. I have no clue, man. What am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, that's the thing, bro. Everything around her is completely astroturfed and fake. I wouldn't buy into any of this shit. Remember, polls are not meant to reflect public opinion. They're meant to shape public opinion. So, at least 80% of these polls we're seeing are purposely created in a way to frame the mentality to act as a demoralization campaign, basically. So, yep, 99% chance that Hillary Clinton wins the election. So, don't buy that shit for a second. It's all a fucking demoralization effort. They're literally there to discourage you from voting. That's it. Get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, and make sure they actually fucking do it. That's all that matters at this point. Go fucking vote. A small sample of 1,000 people is not reflective of the entirety of the voting population. Johnny's of the two, I still can't afford this shit. Why not, man?
That's right! That's right!
Let's see. Double with the 5. Why does Nick Fuentes pretend like Trump's campaign is failing? Isn't he a Trump's? No. Dude, Nick Fuentes is a fucking CIA fucking demoralization agent. He literally is the only one out of his group that wasn't arrested at January 6th. He snitched on everybody, and he's allowed to be there because he's controlled op. Like, he's a fucking trans-loving retard that's a fucking shit lib, you know, LARPing as a right-winger. And basically he acts as a way to divide the, I guess, conservative base. That's it. So, Nick Fuentes is a fucking Fed, literally. He is a literal fucking federal agent.
I can't afford this shit!
Takes one to know one? I wish I was Fed, bro. That shit would be fire. Could be a fucking federal operative. Unlimited budget at my disposal. That'd be cool. But unfortunately, I'm broke. I read that Kamala tried to get rid of Willie Brown. Oh, I'm sure, man. She probably didn't enjoy having to slurp on his Willie, so she wanted to remove him as soon as possible. Seems like any retard can be a Fed now. Well, that's the thing, is like Nick was one of those guys who was like leading the Stop the Steal movement and was directing people to go inside of the Capitol. All of his friends that were there that day were arrested and like tried and mostly convicted, or they pled a deal to get out of a more severe sentence. And the only one that was never arrested or charged with anything was little old Nicky. Why? Because he fucking snitched on everybody, gave the feds all the information on all the people he knew that was there that day. And he's probably allowed to operate as controlled opposition to demoralize and divide the right, essentially. Like, he's fucking controlled opposition is basically what I'm getting at. So. Fuentes always... Well, dude, he just gives off gay vibes. Like, he looks like a fucking homo. He dresses gay. He has, like, that gay fucking effeminate, like, speech pattern and, you know, gestures. Like, his body language. Like, I don't know, bro. He's, like... like, the gaydar in my spine tingles when I hear him and look at him. Like, that natural, like, just repulsion you get to a gay man as a straight man goes off the fucking charts. So. I mean, the fact that he was in that fucking trans group chat, I mean, pretty much tells you all you need to know. Johnny's with the 5. Don't watch their music video, but check out their channel. Y'all will cringe like nobody's business. I don't know what that means. Z-Herb with the 5. Isn't it weird how we haven't heard anything on Trump's attempter and that whole situation? Maybe I'm just... Yeah, no, they're trying to push that under the rug because, you know, if Trump dominates the news cycle in a positive manner, then, you know, that's bad for camel toe. So the media is doing their best to cover all that type of shit up. Trump is controlled opposition. If Trump is controlled opposition, why the fuck do they want to keep him out of office so badly, bro? That don't make no sense. That doesn't add up, my guy. If Trump was controlled by the powers that be, he would have been reelected in 2020, and if not, he would have fucking steamrolled Joe and the Democrats wouldn't have pushed Joe out. So no, that's not true at all. Because the Democrats and BlackRock are in league with each other, so no. Doesn't add up. Yeah, exactly. They would have never allowed the assassination attempt or any of that type of shit. So, doesn't track. Sorry. BlackRock is a big donor to Trump. He wants Larry Fitz. I think you mean Larry Fink, his treasury. I would too. I would want the most talented people on my cabinet as well. Duh. I sure as fuck wouldn't want some lifelong bureaucrat. So yeah, I would take the largest asset manager in the country as my treasury secretary as well too. Put him to work in your service versus his own. Sounds smart to me. Not to mention he'll never be able to manage BlackRock again after he accepts the position, so 2 birds with 1 stone. No, I'm not like a Republican. The Republican Party, for the most part, is a fucking sick
either
joke.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
The Republican Party, for the most part, is a sick fucking joke, man. They're a bunch of clowns. They never have the balls to do anything. They're literally just oh, well, we're not the Democrats, so vote for us, and the Democrats' like plans will be delayed at least a little while. That's basically the Republican Party, and raising his fist and saying fight. Nice, man. Yeah, I need my, I ordered a bunch of the polos. The golf polos are really nice. I've been wearing mine very frequently, like to the gym and stuff, so I ordered some more of those. And Creators Freedom with the 2 Lollipop Chain remake will be uncensored. Ceto. I mean, what do you mean, like, it'll be uncensored? Was there ever, like, a question? I mean, it's just a straight-up re-release, so why would it be censored? Oh, the only weapon I'll use in Rebirth is the Buster sword. I refuse to use anything else. Like, Cloud's only weapon in any of the actual story cutscenes is the Buster sword. So I refuse to swap to anything else at all. So, yeah, I don't switch. Because, like, all the cutscenes have Cloud with the Buster sword. So it's like, I'm not going to swap to a different sword. And then, you know, have all the cutscenes and everything not match the actual game that I'm looking at on screen. Let's see. Brit with the 5. Hi, Griffin Gaming. Hello, Brittany Dick. Jethro has a funny article he wants to show you in chat. Also, how was your day? Lol. It was alright until now. But, you know. Nah, it was alright. Just uneventful as usual. Illinois school worker Vera Little gets 9 years for $1.5 million chicken wing heist.
Bruh.
So what? Stole 11 cases of chicken wings that were meant for students during the height of the COVID pandemic. What the fuck would you even do with all those? Never saw a single wing. What would you do with that many fucking chicken wings, though? 11,000 cases of chicken wings. Like, where the fuck would you even put them? It's like, I don't know, man. That seems like a pretty inconvenient thing to steal. Racist article? Why is that? Yeah, it's like San Francisco where they said they're going to stop releasing mugshots to fight against racial stereotypes. Well, that just told us everything we need to know. So, GG, well done, San Francisco. We know exactly why you're not releasing those mugshots. Fuck, man. Where is the watermelon, Griffin? In my stomach. Yeah, wings are some of the most overrated food, to be honest. Like, people go like, oh my god, bro, wings are so good. And it's like, they're okay. They're not that great. Claus Mister at the 20, if Griffin ain't gaming, he ain't black, dude. Exactly, man. You have to be in the mood for wings. Yeah, it's not really something I ever crave. Like, I'll eat them if they're there, but it's not like something I'm like, oh, I want wings, man. Chicken wings are better than sushi? Yeah, if you have, like, the palate of a child. Sure. No, I haven't had Cheetos in like 7 years. Yeah, so tomorrow, I think Trump is doing his Elon interview, so I guess we can watch that. It should be over by the time I go live, so I'll hold off on watching it. I guess that would be interesting to take a look at. Nero Redwood with the 5. I saw an article where 26 Gaza protesters were arrested for closing down the Golden Gate Bridge. Kind of ironic given it's California. Yeah, there needs to be like a federal law passed that says any person purposely blocking a highway, road, or anything where cars should be driven should be allowed to be mowed down. Honestly. Claus Mystery with the 20. If Brit ain't gaming, she ain't black. I don't know about that. Brit seems like the type to steal 11,000 cases of chicken wings. I'd vote in favor of that law. Yeah, 100%, man. Blocking the road should be illegal under any circumstance. Freedom to protest? Yeah, and we can add the freedom to get fucking run over if you're standing in the street. Go protest in a fucking park or on the sidewalk. See, Johnny's with the 2. Isn't Brett gay, though? Probably. I could see that. Brett's just waiting to meet her one true lover at the next Taylor Swift concert. They'll trauma bond over their favorite Swiftie songs and then, you know, scissor into the sunset. Did you see the mayor of LA wanting to ban cars during the 2028 Olympics? What? To reduce the smog is my guess. Yeah, I could see that. But it ain't gonna happen. I can't afford this shit! Yeah, I got Skull and Bones for $10 at Best Buy. I bought it, so it should be coming soon. I don't know if I'll ever play it, but I own it. $10 is cheap enough. Yeah, that's the thing. It's probably not going to get cheaper than $10, especially physically. So, yeah, I mean, $10 for the physical copy. You can probably trade it in a GameStop for more than that. So, I ain't really complaining. I'll play it maybe once or twice and then never touch it again. And then just sell it. I don't need to keep it. Does 5 and below sell video games? I've never been inside of one of those before because, you know, I ain't broke. But, yeah, I have no clue what they sell in those stores. Johnny's with the 2. Weekend over. Gotta crash. Peace out, Griffin chat. Have a good one, bro. Have a great Monday. Hooray. Ubisoft basically been dead for nearly a decade. Yeah, they have. I mean, Ubisoft sucks. They really do. No, 5 Below does not sell video games. Well, that's kind of gay, man. Every store should be required to sell video games. What the fuck is that thing? What the hell?
Just a regular guy sharing his opinion about controller. I used to have GameSir G4 Pro, and it kinda liked it, but after buying G8 for my phone for emulation, I realized that
What in the fuck is that controller, man?
that old piece of junk had to go. So yeah, I treated myself with a FlyDigi Apex 4. Got a whole package actually, all inclusive and shit.
It's a fucking...
Controller,
oh god, it's a mobile controller.
Docking station, full mount carrying case. I don't really need these accessories. All I care about was getting new controller and charging dock. But the price difference was so little that I had to take the whole package. So I paid 115 euros on AliExpress and got the controller delivered to Eastern Europe in 16 days. And many people are afraid of buying on AliExpress because they think they can get scammed or, warranty issues and stuff, but
you absolutely will get scammed on AliExpress.
There are bias protection, all sorts of warranties, so don't be a puss and save your money. Because on Amazon, this one costs like what, 150 bucks?
Bro, is this a controller video or an ad for AliExpress?
Just for controller? Nah, that's not a good deal. The controller has X and switch button layouts and multiple connections, wired, 2.4 GHz wireless, Bluetooth 5 point something, I don't really know which one, couldn't find that information anywhere. And even though controller has a full mount, I wouldn't go that route, there are way better options than this. Now the controller itself is amazing, it feels like it was made for my hands. It has really nice rubbery and grippy texture, also has that nice...
That is a weird ass controller, man.
weight to it, You get that feeling that you're holding something sturdy and expensive and not some cheap piece of junk. To my knowledge, all buttons are mechanical, but all these X, Y, B buttons are really weird for the first time I use controller. After a few minutes, actually...
Temu relies on slave labor? That's based as fuck, man.
grew on me, but still, it sounds like a mouse switches. I actually think that is mouse switches.
Ew. That is gross. Ew. Why the fuck would you want your controller to sound like that?
I think that is mouse switches.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. Ew. Yeah, do you want to wake up the whole fucking neighborhood when you're playing your favorite video games on controller? Then buy this today.
The analogs are awesome. It has those Hall effect sticks, so basically that means you can forget about stick drift. Also, you can remove the faceplate, and there's a little magnetic screwdriver, so you can adjust how loose or tight the analogs feel, so that's awesome. But I was concerned about the back buttons before buying. They seem too small and inconveniently placed. I tried my buddy's Gully Kit KK3 Max controller, and it has almost like a back lap pedals. They weren't that comfortable. Actually, the whole controller was not comfortable. So yeah, I was really skeptical about the Apex 4 because I thought, shit, if KK3 back buttons didn't really feel that comfortable, these probably would be even fucking worse. But man, as soon as I laid my hands on this controller, these back buttons were just in the perfect spot. Can't imagine better place for them, and probably these are the best shaped buttons. You can easily spam every button with no problem, so yeah, 10 out of 10 for back buttons. And funny thing is, I don't really use them that much. The triggers are also great. You can customize them completely. Want to have a head trigger? Well, you can. Want to feel some sort of recoil? Well, you also can do it. There's also
yeah, bruh. You ever use Scuff's in-house controller? I have the Scuff Instinct, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know. Is that what you mean by in-house controller? If so, then yeah. I used to have a Scuff 360 controller too, but what is Scuff's in-house controller? The Envision? I've never seen that before. Here, I'll pull it up over here. Yeah, I've never seen that before. So it's only for PC. What happened to my Scuff 360 controller? I sold it back in the day when I sold my 360. It's like $180, which isn't horrible. It's the same price as an Elite controller, unless you get the Elite controller on sale.
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
Hello everyone, it's SpawnPoint and today we are unboxing and taking a first look at a new Pro controller from Scuff. This is the Envision Pro, which comes with 4 rear
that's kind of nice. The buttons on the fucking side of the controller. That's actually smart as fuck, man, because you can push it with your index fingers when they're resting on the triggers.
Buttons, adjustable triggers, and a new design that I think could be their best one yet, as well as some other features that make this a real game
I don't like the stick placement though.
Changer. Now, before we jump in, I wanted to say a massive thank you to Scuff for sending me out this controller. But also, if you do order any controller from their website, make sure to use my code and link below, as you will save 5% off your order.
Oh boy.
Now, this is going to look a little bit different to the normal one, as they have sent me one of these creator boxes. But inside we get the new controller, which looks awesome. I really like this grey and orange theme as well as the shape. But let me put this to one side just for now, and we'll see what else is inside the box. So we also get a pack of accessories, which includes a braided USB-C charging cable where it appears to have a USB-C on one end, and then the option to either use a USB Type-A or Type-C with this little adapter. So that's pretty cool. It also comes with a spare set of thumbsticks and a USB dongle to plug into your PC. There's also a set of blanking plates for some of the buttons on the controller, but I'll show you which ones you can disable later. And then inside this little drawer, there is a t-shirt. Now this isn't normally included though, so you can kind of, it looks and feels really nice. It actually looks similar to the Impact controller that we had back on the PlayStation 4, but I would say with even better grips. As for the design, well, we've got this nice flat grey finish with some nice orange details around the thumbsticks. And the texture feels almost rubbery rather than plastic, like they've added a really thin layer of rubber over the case, which kind of gives it a more premium feel. Looking around, we've got the symmetrical thumbstick layout over the asymmetrical, which if you're a PlayStation player like myself, you'll probably prefer this as well. We have some subtle...
Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like with PlayStation being so much more popular than Xbox nowadays, the stick placement's probably going to start defaulting to the PlayStation layout moving forward for most third-party controllers.
Scuff branding on one of the handles and the Envision text on the other side. It's also got this cool design in the middle.
No, the sticks are really nice. I have a Scuff controller right now and it has the exact same thumbsticks. They're good. They feel better than the Xbox thumbsticks for sure.
Where the touchpad would normally be on a controller, but it doesn't actually do anything, it just looks nice. Now at the time of making this video, the only color choices available were the grey or white on the Pro and the black on the non-Pro controller. But what's really cool is that this is just a magnetic faceplate, so you can literally pop this cover off and swap it for another colour, which I assume they will open up on their website very soon. They actually did the same with the Xbox Instinct controllers, so I have a few different colour choices for...
I can take the faceplate off mine too, which I like that a lot. I mean, I haven't bought another faceplate, but it's a nice option if you want it.
That, which I can swap between when I fancy a new look. But to be honest, I think the grey and the orange combo work really well together, and it's something I would probably have spec'd anyway. Then a quick look at the available buttons and what they do. So we have the D-pad here on the left, and the first thing that I notice is that this is actually a mechanical D-pad. Not only does that mean it sounds awesome, but it's going to be far more responsive as you press it. It's basically a mouse-like click now. The only downside is it is very firm by comparison to a normal D-pad, so I have found that I do need to press it a little bit harder. And then in the middle we have the usual share and menu buttons. And another thing that I think makes this look a little bit more premium is the fact that the A, B, X and Y buttons aren't actually blanked out. By having the letters inside the buttons, it definitely removes that cheap fake controller look. And just like with the D-pad, these buttons are mechanical, so you have that nice clicky sound and feedback. I think for gaming this is going to make such a difference, as you've essentially reduced the response time it takes to click, whether that's reloading, jumping or attacking someone. Now, one of the biggest and best features about a SCUF controller are the triggers, and this one does not disappoint. So normally when you spec a Pro controller like this, you either choose normal or instant triggers, like on the Reflex controller. Well, on the Envision Pro, you can actually have both. So by default, we get these nice smooth standard triggers that will work on any games, like Forza for example. Then underneath each trigger, there are these little buttons that if you slide to one side, it turns the triggers into an instant trigger. Now this isn't like the DualSense Edge controller where it reduces it by say 50%. This literally turns it into a mouse-like click. For me, this is an absolute game changer for a controller.
Nice.
It means you can...
And the nice thing is, unlike that other controller, it's actually pretty quiet by comparison. They don't add the fucking mechanical keyboard sound. But yeah, I like my SCUF a lot. I've had it for like, I think over a year at this point. Haven't had a single problem with it. See, Timothy Marco the 7, think about the environment impact of buying those controllers and other stuff. That's right, man. I gotta care about my environment. I still have my Elite controllers that I bought that I haven't opened up yet. Maybe I'll do that at some point, but I don't really have a need for another controller right now. I just bought them because they were cheap, so I'll just keep them on hand in case I need them. But yeah, I really like the SCUF controller personally that I have. It's been a very good controller for the most part.
Can use it for FPS games that need that instant response, but you can still use the controller for normal games that need the full range of movement. It basically makes this versatile that it will work with any games. Then above that we have the bumpers, which are nice and clicky. And on the side, this is something new, we have another set of buttons which your index fingers will rest on. These can be remapped to any button, and the way you press it isn't like any other button as you just rest your fingers against it. It's actually a pretty clever design and it doesn't feel like you're going to accidentally press it. But if you don't think you'll ever use these, well, it does come with a pair of blanking plates inside the box, so you can essentially remove the button and disable it altogether. Then if we flip this over, we have the usual performance grip that SCUF have done for the last couple of years, and this feels awesome. They are incredibly grippy straight away, but as time goes on, they actually wear a little and start to get sticky, which to be honest is actually a good thing, while they certainly never feel like they're going to slip out of your hands while you're playing. And in the middle we have the 4 rear buttons. Now SCUF have said these are the fastest rear paddles that they've ever made, as they've built these from the ground up, and you know what, I can see why. Rather than just a normal paddle-like button, these again have the instant mouse-like clicks. They're also positioned in a way that makes it feel ergonomic and easy enough to press, and the fact that you can remap these to any other button means you can jump, reload or mark up enemies without removing your...
Yeah, this is my controller. So what, I've had this, almost 2 years now. I've had this controller for almost 2 years. So, yeah, it's lasted a long time. But yeah, that's my SCUF controller. My wage quit moments, that's right. With still many more to come.
Thumbs from the thumbsticks. These can all be set up in the IQ software on your PC, so you can decide exactly how you want to use them. Now I only started using SCUF controllers about 3 years ago, and since then I cannot play a game without them. The extra paddles alone make it so much easier to play.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent looking controller. The Steam controllers are weird. I have some of them. They're worth quite a bit now, I think. But I own some of them. I don't know how much they're worth, though. I don't ever plan on using it. Let's see. Steam controller. How much is it worth? Steam controller, condition, new. Let's see, sold items. Holy shit, bro. $200 plus $211 plus $20 shipping.
Gaming.
I bought all of mine for $5 a piece. That's great. I bought them for $5 a piece when Steam was like fire sailing them. So that's pretty awesome. I may sell those, honestly. I don't need them. That's a pretty good return on investment. A nice 40X. Jesus. I think I have... Do I have one of them over here? I think so. Yeah, I do. I have one of them in this room with me. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking sell that shit, man. Jesus. That's a great price. When do I plan on selling? When I want to. I don't need money, so that's the thing, is I can sell it whenever I want. Let's see. Jenna said King revived with the 2. Did you ever pick up the Hyperkin Xena? Is that the like Hyperkin 360 controller clone? I've heard they're not that good. If that's what it is. Let's see. Look it up real quick. I heard they're not as good as like a normal 360 controller. Let's see. Just trying to see if I recognized any of these channels that do like controller stuff, but I don't. Not the same.
Whoa, where'd you get that?
From Wawa. It's the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla.
Wawa's new Southwest flavors.
Hyperkin's no stranger to slapping you upside the head with a lime green nostalgic palm. They dropped the massive Duke in 2018, which was an exact replica, well, not exact, but an upgraded modern replica of the original Xbox One controller titled indeed the Duke. They've also been trickling out some limited edition variants or colorways of that Duke, but they've just released a controller that was highly recommended for me to test and review because in my opinion, it is a lot more usable and actually would make a good daily controller if you don't mind being tethered by wire and you're a fan of the Xbox 360 controller. In this video, we're gonna can Reboot stack up against an OG 2005 Xbox 360 controller. Just editing the video, I do believe I meant 2023, not 2003, but it all flowed like water. And this bad boy, which I'm about to set aside, is a Modern Warfare 3 wireless, Jesus Christ, that was loud, licensed Microsoft wireless Xbox controller. And that looks simply sensual. I bought a $35 Xbox 360 off eBay and it came with this controller, which is super cool. I forgot how much tension or resistance there is on the thumbsticks on a 360 controller. Yep. It almost feels like increased tension on a modern.
Yeah, they got tight thumbsticks. I don't know, bro. The thumbsticks on the 360 controller is so much better than Xbox One and like Xbox Series controllers. Like they feel a lot tighter. I have my 360 controller right here, but yeah. Microsoft took, you know, I would say 2 steps forward, but a few steps back at the same time with their controller designs.
Controller. Oh boy. Oh no, 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 sweetheart. Well, that immediately, the first component or part that I compared is just a fat L because the thumbsticks have about half of the resistance of an original Xbox 360
That's what I heard,
controller.
is like the thumbsticks are super fucking loose.
These feel effortless to just move around. My goodness gracious. I'm disappointed in you, Hyperkin. I genuinely am. Yeah. And I had to make sure.
That's the reason why I didn't like the ROG Ally when I tried it out at Best Buy, is because the thumbsticks felt super fucking loose.
I actually grabbed a second controller, and I'll even grab a third here. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That sucks. We'll move on from it. But how about the thumbstick caps? Did they say true to the original? Some of the earlier versions did come with these little 4-way dots, which guess what? Boom. The Hyperkin joint rocks as well. Clicking down L3 and R3 or clicking down on the thumbsticks is quieter and more secure on the modern controller that's almost 20 years newer. Who would have thunk it? The D-pad isn't that true to the original.
What's wrong with loose thumbsticks? It makes your aiming less accurate. Like, when you're moving a thumbstick, because the limited control you have, you need to be able to make more tight, precise, like, adjustments. So the looser your thumbstick is, the harder it is to, like, get that perfect amount of movement in one direction or the other. So you can do more precise adjustments with a higher tension on your thumbstick versus having it more loose. So it affects your ability to properly control the game, essentially.
Either, because the original D-pad was a little bit sloppy in my opinion, which isn't a good thing. It feels like a little bowl of soup, just stirring it there with a little ladle. As this is a nice tactile click for the 4-way D-pad, and then there's a little bit smaller of a notch for the diagonal inputs. And I'm not a tremendous fan of this D-pad, but I do like it more than the original, but the fact remains that it is different than the original.
That Destiny gun's fucking cool.
It doesn't feel the same, so that's not good if you're trying to get a controller that feels just like a 360 controller. Face or action buttons do look identical to the OG, not only in size, shape, spacing, lettering, color. Oh yay, we found a component that matches. The face buttons feel identical to an OG controller. Triggers. Those are nice. Yes. Triggers, yes. That's pretty similar. The trigger squeeze is identical not only in length but also in resistance, which is a good thing. The triggers do feel...
Can you use these reproduction 360 controllers on the actual 360 or nah?
Very true to the originals.
That would be nice.
They do have a heavy amount of resistance. 360 controllers had a lot of resistance on the triggers, which I used to like in racing games.
What? Alright, what type of fucking retard thought, yeah, let's remake the 360 controller and not make it usable on the 360? That is absolutely fucking stupid.
And whatnot.
That's like the #1 market they would have, is people buying new controllers for their old consoles. Like, they would probably sell more if that was a feature than people buying it for modern hardware.
Modulating the throttle and brake. That's really exaggerated there. Triggers do feel spot on. Bumpers. The same in shape, size,
that
sculpting,
sounded
dimensions.
horrible.
Let me deliberate on this. Oh, they don't sound the same, I'll tell you that.
Ew.
They feel cheap and overly clicky, not a satisfying tactile mechanical click, but more
you
of a
can
click.
Hear how cheap that sounds.
Like plastic smacking.
Dude, that's what I must say. The thing I love about the PlayStation controllers is how quiet everything is. Like, the D-pad doesn't make noise. The buttons don't make noise. The triggers and bumpers don't make noise. Like, I really do like that about the PlayStation controllers. I think Nintendo also kind of has the same effect. But, yeah. The PlayStation, at least the DualSense, is much better than Xbox when it comes to reducing the unnecessary noise of a controller. Oski Bosky with the 2. I'm waiting for the PS5 Pro. I don't care about the price. Nice, man. Yeah, I'm going to pick one up too. I think it'll be worth it. I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy, in all honesty. It'll probably be like $600 is my guess. And EB7 with the 2, I got the Xenon. It feels like a downgraded 360 controller. That's what I've heard. It's like, it's almost there, but they just have a lot of problems with it.
Cheap plastic compared to... That's quiet, actually, those bumpers. Yeah, the stock bumpers sound much nicer and also feel a little bit better as well. Oh, yeah, they did.
How many guys do I kiss on a daily basis? The same number as girls.
They do feel tremendously better. Is still a 3.5mm headphone jack down there, thank God. And this is interesting. This controller from 05, these two controllers here are wireless. They were able to achieve that feat back then, but Hyperkin can't do that in 2023 due to licensing agreements not being able to get the protocol of Xbox Wireless. That's stinky. It's also a cost-saving measure, but these controller companies will try and peg it on the box as 0 input lag or delay because we go wired.
I like wired controllers, personally.
Can rest you assured.
I wish I could find like brand new wired 360 controllers, but they are fucking impossible to find that aren't reproduction.
that controllers that are wired still have input lag or delay. It's measurable as well. I do it on this channel all the time. These accessory buttons do feel pretty nice, and I do like the fact you have a share button. They don't feel true to the original, but they do feel better, more tactile and clicky. As for a warranty, all Hyperkin products, all of them, so even those retro emulators, but what you give a damn about is this controller, 1-year warranty, 365 days of coverage. Now, God forbid you ever accidentally stumble upon the Hyperkin website, considering they create several products and there is no way to organize them by product type. They create emulation boxes, not software emulation like you're thinking installing RetroArch on your PC, but hardware emulation boxes that run multiple cartridges from different platforms. And they also create accessories, watch bands, just all kinds of products, and you cannot sort them by controller. And guess what? They have multiple controllers on the market. What you could do is come up here and type your happy ass controller in the search bar, but this is the Hyperkin store, so whenever you click that buy link, it's going to take you over here and tell you that the first batch is sold out. You can't click add to cart. Oh, yes you can, but it will give you a little note that the first batch is sold out, and after June 6th, you're on the second batch, which will ship out on August 10th.
Yeah, that makes even less sense that you can't use it on the 360 if it's a fucking wired controller.
The 11th today, so but all this confusing confuckery with the dates doesn't even matter, because if we go to Jeff Bezos's back door to Amazon, these are readily available now, which is where I recommend you get it, because it has that 0 questions asked return policy, prime 2-day shipping. They have all the colorways except for the one that I got, that limited edition Galaxy joint. There's only one left in stock, so hurry up and throw your ass in a circle if you want that one. Cosmic Night, that's what it's called, and my fuck, that looks amazing. Black and white are the two most common variants you're gonna see. I do also like the red, and even the pink I think really looks good with the white thumbsticks and D-pad. Oh boy, I didn't even see this one. That's pretty cool too. I still like the cosmic version that I got more than this one. If I could just have one limited edition, it wouldn't be this one, it'd be the one I got. And then of course the Dukes over here that we know and love and have reviewed. Over here in Gamepad Tester, I want to give these thumbsticks a taste.
I just got a brand new product from Lumi Deodorant, and I cannot wait to try it out.
It's damn well going to be in gameplay. Also just doing a quick diagnostic on my triggers, all my face buttons. I picked it up because it was one of those common Xbox 360 controller colors. Looks like a real one from this angle, then you tilt it and it's got that gray gloss bar that wasn't on the original. That doesn't look very good. This limited edition looks absolutely slick, so if you are a collector, I recommend scooping up one of these bad boys. There was one left in stock on Amazon, but that's probably gone by now. I'm sure they'll restock quickly. At the end of the day, I think Hyperkin could have done a little bit more, because if you grab this controller, you're going to be blown away, impressed by the shell design, the ergonomics. It takes you back to 2005, and then you start flicking the sticks and you realize that it has less than half the resistance of an Xbox 360 controller. The D-pad doesn't feel the same. The bumpers don't feel the same. A lot of the components and parts don't feel like an Xbox 360 controller, so if you want that true to original experience, this really isn't going to be it, but it is the closest that's currently on the market. I guess it gets my recommendation. If you love Xbox 360 controllers and you want that shell design, that shape, with modern niceties like a share button and USB-C cable, this is absolutely worth a pickup. It is linked in the description below. I'll see you stallions and stallionettes tomorrow.
A wall of controllers less than a wall of guns? I don't know, man. Because a controller can control multiple guns. A gun can only be used once. Hell yeah, dude. I don't know. As somebody who doesn't put things up on my wall in general, I'm not really a fan of either, in all honesty. But I do see a Titanfall controller right there, which is pretty based. Underrated. Creator's freedom of the two. If it's short, I don't really want to watch Asmongold if it's long. Because I need to get off soon anyway. Asmongold. Okay, yeah, that's short. That's fine.
So, this is AI. Look at this.
Looks
this
like
is
AI.
really good. We're so fucked.
No, you can obviously tell that face is AI.
These are the premium girlfriends that we were talking about before.
Dude, her fucking face is moving in such an unnatural manner.
That's incredible. No way that's not AI? Oh, it is. Keep in mind, this is the worst it's ever going to be. It's never going to be worse than it is right now. So this is another AI. Look at this. Does she have an OnlyFans? She will soon. Where's my cat girl? I think it's coming sooner than what you think.
Yeah, AI is going to put all the OnlyFans bitches out of business. 100%.
You even make their own timestamps and everything now. That's right. It's AI? No, it's just the way it is now. What
It's just the Walmart parking lot.
are we watching? You're watching you're watching our destiny.
See, Nero Redwood with the 5. I hated the Xbox One controller a lot, especially the triggers. I hated the bumpers on the Xbox One. They felt way too loose. Glad they added more resistance with the Series X controller. Yeah, the thing I hated is the original iteration of the Xbox One controller is you could only press the bumpers from the outer edge. If you tried to press them in the middle or towards the center of the controller, like on the inner edge or the center, they wouldn't click. You'd have to push them on the very outer edge, so it was kind of awkward. It's like, why did you make it not a button? Like, it was really odd. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. All right, guys, I think I'm going to hop off. It's 3:30 for me, and I've been live for 5 hours, so I'm going to head to bed. I got to get up kind of early tomorrow, so hope y'all have a wonderful Monday, everybody, and a great day tomorrow. Enjoy all the excitement that the work week has to offer. But anyway, guys, I'll talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, everyone.